Now, Kevin, does that mean that we're ready to go? The little light came on. So. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome all members and guests to the June 11th, 2024 Council and Committee meeting. I'll remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, so please ensure that your phones are on silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature to be called upon to remove it after speaking. So there would be one example of the request. And with that, I'll call the June 11th, 2024 Committee and Council meeting to order. All members are in attendance. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to disclose a pecuniary interest with respect to item 8.4.2, the Waterford Branch Library retrofits and interior renovation, the budget amendment OPS-24-019. I have a family member who is an owner of the firm that's been awarded the contract, so I will not be participating in that discussion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. The clerk will note that in the minutes. Seeing none, no others. Approval of the agenda. The committee has the agenda before them as it's been amended. Are there any additional changes to the agenda? Seeing none, I have a motion to approve. Councillor Columbus and Councillor Duthie, all in favor? That's carried. Now we do have an early closed session. Our expectation that it would take about a half an hour. So we have two items. So is there a mover for a motion that the committee enter closed session at 1:07 p.m. pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, section 239 2B, E, and F, to discuss matters pertaining to personnel matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Mover, Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. All in favor? That's carried. So we should be gone for about a half an hour. So.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I'm proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind the scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations welcoming about 27,000 customers every year and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind the scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the planning department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances to receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks, of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between two adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system, where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover secondary plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands to accommodate a building construction.
Okay, a little bit longer than expected, but we are back. Could I get a motion to reconvene in open session? Councillor Van Driesel, second by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. Matters were discussed. I'll go to the clerk to report on the closed session items.
Thank you. On item 3.1, the update on ongoing negotiations, that the update be received for information and staff proceed as directed.
So there's no motion that needs to be made here, so we move on to our next item. So,
And item 3.2, that the information be received as presented.
Okay. Okay, we have 3 consent items on the agenda. Community Safety Zone Policy Update, Special Event Port Over Canada Day Parade, Drinking Water Quality Management Standard Update. Any questions, or can I get a motion to approve the consent items as presented? Councillor Huffman, Councillor Michelli, all in favor? That is carried. We have 4 deputations today. Committee may accept the deputation for information after the speaker concludes. Committee may also direct staff by resolution to bring back a report on any matter for further discussion. Item 5.1 is Les Anderson regarding the Norfolk County Comprehensive Parking Study. So welcome, Mr. Anderson. You have 5 minutes, and I'll try to warn you when you've got 1 minute left. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor Martin, members of council and staff. Thank you for providing the Simcoe BIA with the opportunity to comment on the staff report and the comprehensive parking study. We've reviewed the report, and in summary, there's really not much new as far as downtown Simcoe is concerned. We have the 2-hour time limit. We have no overnight parking restrictions. The signage is there and is clear and visible. The piece that is missing is enforcement. Our position has not changed. Our members do not want paid parking, and the remedy to the parking issues in downtown Simcoe is consistent enforcement of the restrictions that are currently in place. The Simcoe BIA has participated in 3 parking studies over the past 4 years. We had the downtown Simcoe pilot parking project in 2021. Then there was the seasonal parking pilot project in 2022, and more recently the comprehensive parking study in 23-24. The one positive result from the studies was the creation of the 48-hour time limit that was placed on the Culver Street parking lot and the Kent Street North parking lot. We really thought this would help with the overnight parking situation, but it has had little effect right now. In February of 2023, the Simcoe BIA and some of our members met with county staff and our 2 council members to discuss parking. The BIA had conducted a quick review of available parking spots within the BIA area and came up with a list of approximately 30 additional parking spots. We recognize that not all of the locations would fit the requirements for a parking location, but there were a few that staff thought could be implemented without much difficulty. We were also told at that time about the countywide study that was going to take place, and that some of this information we provided would be addressed at that time. The parking study recognizes the need for additional parking spaces, and hopefully the list put forward by the Simcoe BIA will be reviewed and considered for additional spaces. The study talks about commercial loading zones and the difficulty in having loading zones in the downtown core. Some of our members have proposed certain locations for loading zones, and we will bring those forward to staff. Early in 2023, the Simcoe BIA proposed an alternative to a permanent loading zone by implementing a permit system. A business required to unload supplies for their business would display a permit in their window, which would allow them access to the location without getting ticketed. It is a simple solution to a long-standing problem. We hope that staff will reconsider our proposal. The report talks about the need for increased parking enforcement, and my guess is that when the parking utilization survey was completed for downtown Simcoe, it was at a time when there was very little parking enforcement taking place. It is a well-known fact down in the downtown that the chances of receiving a ticket for illegal parking are slim outside of the month of May. The result is the business owners and residents from the apartments and those doing business downtown will park for extended periods of time, and that creates an even worse problem for us. In downtown Simcoe, we see a high presence of parking enforcement in the month of May when the students are being trained for the summer months. As a result, the increase in available parking spots is very evident. After that, when they are on their way to the lakeside communities or other duties, there is little enforcement visible in downtown, and people revert back to their parking practices. I know we sound like a broken record, but you can put in place as many restrictions as you wish, but if there is no enforcement, the parking issue will not change. As we have done in past years, the BIA will continue to present supporting information and request additional bylaw enforcement in their 2025 budget presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Answer. Any questions for the deputation? Doing a good job telling us what we all know already, right? Seeing no questions, can I have a motion to receive the deputation of information? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Mayor Martin. All in favor? That is carried.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks again. Next deputation on the agenda is Kay Matthews from the Ontario Business Improvement Area Association. Welcome, Ms. Matthews. You have 5 minutes, and I'll try to warn you when you got a minute left. So.
Just waiting for the presentation. There it is. So I'm here to speak to you about what a BIA is. I know most of you know it, but there's some interesting things that I'll be able to bring up. Is there a way of me changing the clicker, or there it goes? Okay, so who am I looking at? You? Thumbs up? Okay, excellent. So my name is Kay Matthews. As I mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of the Ontario BIA Association. I've been in this role for 13 years after managing 2 different BIAs over 15 years. So pretty much what I would say about 35 to 40 years of community development. And that's what I believe BIAs do, or can do, if they are willing to work together and there's a great fostering between the two. So the very first BIA was created in Bloor West Village, Ontario, when a new mall was being built and there was a subway being built, and the main street was starting to die because planning had actually made it so that everybody's moving to the suburbs rather than recognizing our main streets and how important they are as the core of our communities. So the Bloor West Village group of people came together and said, why don't we create a way where we can impose another levy on the properties or businesses within the area, and therefore actually be able to do some good work that we weren't able to do before. In past years, there were business associations, but they had volunteer membership, and so it was really hard to really do great work when you didn't have a basic source of information. What happened was the City of Toronto thought this was such a great idea that they took it to the Province of Ontario, and the Province of Ontario actually created the very first BIA in Bloor West Village, and they entrenched it in the Municipal Act of the Province of Ontario. So every one of our BIAs in Ontario, with the exception of those in the City of Toronto, and there are 84 there, are under the Municipal Act of the Province of Ontario. Therefore, there's more than 300 BIAs in the Province of Ontario, minus the ones in Toronto, the 84 in Toronto. What you've got is a great deal of extra revenues being created for the betterment of the local community. And that's what really BIAs do. And I'm going to switch over to the next one, if you could, please. Thank you very much. So, under the Municipal Act, the BIAs, the job of the BIA is to oversee the improvement, beautification, and maintenance of municipally owned land, buildings, and structures in the area beyond that created by the municipality, and to promote the area as a shopping or business space. So this is the basic premises of it. When I talk about the first part, it's that beyond the area or beyond provided by the municipality. To me, this has always begged some sort of an MOU. what does the municipality do, and where does the BIA pick up from there? So it's something that's not entrenched in the Municipal Act, but it just seems to have a logical step to it, that's the next thing we need to do, is figure out exactly what the roles and responsibilities of each of us are. The next part is about us being a business or shopping area. Now, this is where OBIA would really like to change this, because we really believe that our BIA areas are actually much more than just a business or shopping area. They're the community core. They're a place of employment. They're a place for tourism to come. They're also a place where people live and play. So we really want to change that definition, and hopefully we can do that in the future. We believe in OBIA that BIAs can be integral to advancing a distinct, livable, and vibrant commercial community and resilient community. But what a BIA does is not to help any one business, but to make the area a good place in which to do business. So we're distinctly different from a Chamber of Commerce or a Board of Trade. Our job is the whole idea that with rising tides, all boats float. And if we have a community that's like Simcoe, maybe 100, 150 years old, obviously that same business is not here for 150 years, but we want to have a situation where we're able to encourage more entrepreneurship to come into our communities. So that whole idea of being a collective good is the work that we do as a BIA and as a local board under the Municipal Act. We are the only local board under the Municipal Act that actually raises our own funds for the collective good. One thing, took me a lot of years, because I'm not the brightest person in the world, but it took me a lot of years to realize that the job of a BIA is definitely not that idea of helping the individual business, but to make the area a good place and to do business. But we're also, as a local board, our most important thing is that relationship with our council, because we're local boards of council first. While we have members, and this is really a challenge, get my time there, while we have members, we are not really a member-driven organization. We're an organization with members. So if you could just flip to the next one, please. We're going to flip to the next one as well, because you all have this, and I hope you take a moment to read this one. We do this through the worldwide basis of downtown revitalization, through leadership, through economic development, through placemaking and marketing and promotion. So we are an economic development tool used by the province and by municipalities like yours. I'll leave it there for now. There's lots more information. Usually I talk for 3 hours, so getting me down to 5 minutes is pretty tough.
Well, and I'm sure that our councillors will have some questions.
Yeah.
So are there any questions for Ms. Matthews? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Kay, is it difficult today to put a new BIA in place? And if someone were to dissolve a BIA,
Yep.
how do you go about re-resurrecting it, or is it not possible?
Well, first of all, if we get to that route where it generally tends to be often personalities that are causing problems, so why would you throw out, excuse the old expression, the baby with the bathwater? What we would recommend is that you go into dormancy until cooler heads prevail. If you let a BIA go, it is very, very difficult to bring it back. The process is on the municipal clerk to bring it back, and it's a very, very challenging process. So great question. Thank you for that.
Thank you for the answer.
We have actually samples of dormancy policies and so on that you can use from us.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming, Kay. In your experience, do you have any communities that you could connect us with that have similar synergies to the Simcoe area, whereby the commercial district is underneath a residential area, specifically because of garbage concerns?
Okay, well, I can't speak to the actual, your basis on how you're operating things, but every single BIA pretty much in the province of Ontario started as a historical main street. And the intent was always that you lived above your business. So we've always had residents above our area, and we want to respect that. We want to make sure that our second floors aren't vacant, but we also have to understand that they do generate garbage, and we need to work with them. It usually is part of the municipal pickup.
Yeah, we're certainly looking at we're looking on the hunt for some suggestions on how to better engage the BIA with residential garbage up above, the municipal role of cleaning up the garbage, and where we can perfect that system. Because sometimes the business owners are also the residential owners. So I'd be really interested if you had any communities that we could connect with some examples that has mastered that garbage pickup in that commercial residential blend, and what the role of the BIA is in that.
Yeah, thank you. We actually have a weekly call with all of the BIAs who choose to participate. And that would be a great question to ask them tomorrow, or actually it's happening right now, but we have it every Tuesday, and you're always welcome to ask questions for us to talk to BIAs across the province with what they do. We also have an annual conference, so those sort of discussions actually happen along that front as well.
Yeah, and I see you circulated your contact information, so the
I
mayor
did.
can just add one more thing to her list of things to do. So, Councillor Duthie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for your presentation today. I wonder if you were to look across the province and the 300 BIAs that you work with, if you could identify some of the recurring themes of challenges that you deal with and or that BIAs are facing, and some of the successful examples of what they've done to maybe overcome some of those challenges, because I suspect they're probably not dissimilar to what we're dealing with in Simcoe.
No, it's a really good question. One of the wonderful things about the BIAs is each one is different and unique and authentic. And there's no two that are alike, but yes, there are issues that are happening in our BIAs across the province that are very, very distinct. And obviously the issues with social living rough, the opioid crisis are things that have been, we started to recognize it in a really big way around 2021. So we responded by creating a homelessness toolkit specifically for BIAs. It's not their job to fix that problem, but of course it becomes a part of the responsibility, because you can't have a small entrepreneur having to walk over somebody to get into their own business. And it certainly does have a chilling effect on the economy of the whole area, and especially the downtown. So that is one of the areas. Parking has always been a four-letter word. I'm a little bit of a renegade in that one. I think a parking problem is when it's empty and not when it's full, because that means that people are coming downtown. So I'm a little bit of a renegade on that particular one. I think really the idea and understanding of what a BIA is as a local board, recognizing that the BIA is the only local board that brings its own money to the table for the betterment of our community, I think is a really important thing that many of our BIAs and municipalities both need to have a little bit more training on. I think our boards need to be trained very clearly. When council is being trained, it would be very, very logical at that time to make sure that council understands what this local board does, and that, as I mentioned earlier, they're the only ones that bring their own funds to the table, unlike all the other local boards, but also that the board members understand what it's like to be a municipally led local board that has autonomy to make decisions. As the president of AMCTO has said to me in past, and is that BIAs are a local authority under council, so they're able to make their own decisions. But of course, the Municipal Act has some very specific governance aspects, like 238, where it talks about having to have a procedural bylaw, to 270, where it talks about having to have certain policies in place. But ultimately, as a local board of council, the good governance comes back to you as council. Often when there are issues with BIAs or issues that BIAs are facing, we need to stand on really good governance and really help the board to move forward through it. What you do have is a really unique partnership. You have the ability to have all these entrepreneurs and people who are used to making their own decision every day in their own business. Now they're working in a very bureaucratic process. So obviously there needs to be some coming together of the minds and understanding that there's different modus operandi in the way they work. And so that's one of the aspects as well. But There are so many different challenges for our BIAs, and certainly I think the pandemic really highlighted a lot of them. Vacancies is a big issue. We did have digital Main Street, and we were really helping that way, and unfortunately the government has stopped the funding for that one. So helping support our small businesses and understanding this new digital world, the aspects and changes around retail based on Amazon and those sort of impacts. So I could go on for probably another 3 days. Are you okay? Yeah, you're welcome.
Councillor Van Adrici.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for your presentation. The BIA has been around a long time. Do you see that, have you outlived your usefulness? Do you ever consider that and have to make a change? Sometimes we always look at ourselves and say, how do I reinvent myself?
Yeah.
Do you ever find that? Or do you have pushback from members saying, like, I'm tired of just giving money? And it is an assessment process. You go out there and you assess those businesses in the downtown core, because there are many other business associations that that are in our towns and cities and that.
Really great question. A BIA is a flawed process, just like democracy is. So it really comes down to often personalities, as I mentioned here before. Has a BIA outlived its usefulness? Absolutely not. Not even close. Is there an opportunity for change? Absolutely. One of the things that OBIA is trying to accomplish and is asked for a deputation with the Minister of Municipal Affairs is that the Municipal Act sections 204 to 216 are fair of everything within the Municipal Act that says, and the local board. So you've got this whole challenge with clarity under the Municipal Act, and so what we're recommending is that we become a separate act without the autonomy. We still want to stay under the governance of the municipality, but much like the library board has one act you can read from beginning to end, the BIA Act is challenged because it is shotgun throughout the Municipal Act. And with changes like the Strong Mayors Act, there is also getting some challenges on how that Strong Mayor Act can affect this local board.
So if I can one more further question, what if you have members that just don't want to belong? Like, is it going to be put, because it's a democracy, do you put these questions out to the group and ask once in a while, are we doing the right thing? Are we moving forward? Are we moving backwards? Do you want to continue? Because I know that there is other BIAs that have dissolved.
Yes.
And so I'm just wondering about that. How do you act democratically with the organization?
Well, this is where you're a local board of council, so you need to use the same tools that are available to council. Just as you're a collective good, you make a decision for the whole area. The BIA also needs to have that consultation process with their membership. However, the members have very few reasons under the Municipal Act to vote, and they are only two. One of them is to vote for their election every 4 years, and then the other one is to actually for dissolving, creating, or changing the boundaries. Otherwise, it's a consultation process just the same as you have in council. So we emulate council as much as possible. When you do your budgets, just as BIAs do, they have to have a consultation process, but you're not asking your members to vote. You're actually just asking for their feedback. Does that answer your question?
It does, but it doesn't sound as democratic as I was looking for, so thank you.
Well, it's exactly the same as council works, really.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your presentation, and we look for a mover and a seconder to receive it as information. Councillor Brunton, second by Mayor Martin. All in favor? That is carried.
Thank you.
Now, we do have to check with the clerk. It seems our YouTube feed has died. So do we need to recess for a moment to try to fix that, or do we carry on? Yeah, so we'll take 5 minutes and see if we can get our little IT problem fixed first, so that we can resolve the live streaming problem. So. best to get that fixed as quick as possible, but. Yeah, it's live on Eastlink, just not on YouTube. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I got to repeat that we're live on Eastlink, but not on YouTube. We're trying to resolve that, but everything will be recorded and be posted on the YouTube channel with the rest of the meeting. So we will carry on with our next deputation, Mr. Alan Layton, regarding the Victoria Town Hall. So. Okay, well, welcome, Alan, and I'll remind you got 5 minutes, and I'll try to warm you when you got about a minute left. So.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Mayor Martin, and councillors. Thanks for taking the time to see us today. My name's Alan Layton, and this is Joan Norman, and this is Nancy Ratz. Joan is the president of the Victoria Foundation, and Nancy is a director of the Victoria Foundation. We're representing the Victoria Town Square Preservation Group, which is now a part of the Victoria Foundation. You may be aware that the people of Victoria, through the Victoria Foundation, are a dynamic and generous group of people, donating to many hundreds of thousands of dollars to groups all through Norfolk County, including $100,000 to the Norfolk General, a significant donation to Port Dover Library, significant donation to the Delhi Health Center, and many, many more. So many it fills an entire page. The people of Victoria have helped many groups in Norfolk. Now we're asking for your help. The proposal that you have in front of you, or you were given, was proposed to the Mayor and Councillor Van Passen last week. It was rejected by them, as we were told at that time the only option was to buy the building. They said the county can't lease a building out. However, that's just not so. We know that the county leases out the Arts Centre, and the Women's Institute leases from the county in Walsingham. It would have been nice had we been given the guidance of this prior to all the work we put in for this proposal. I kind of feel like we're playing whack-a-mole. We've not been given the information we need, and we've gone ahead and tried to work with the council. The Victoria Foundation cannot own property. It's part of its charter. In 2001, the foundation leased the town hall. They repaired and restored the building and returned it back to the county in good shape. Unfortunately, the county did not keep it in good shape, and now we're at a point where it needs a lot more work. That is work we're prepared to do. This town hall is the heart of Victoria and a significant building in Norfolk County. It is no less important than the archive building, the Arts Centre, or the very building we're in right now. It's part of the history of this county. I'm looking at the coat of arms. History and heritage is right there. I implore you to consider this proposal seriously. If you cannot accept this, please at least give us 6 months to come up with a proposal that would be acceptable to council. Thank you for hearing me out. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Alan. Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through a couple things right off the hop. Your proposal was not rejected. There were some comments given back as some suggestive remarks that I think would be best for you to discuss as a group and come back to us on the deputation date, which I shared with you. Councillor Van Passen and I are just 2 votes. We don't speak for anyone, so no way, shape, or form was your proposal rejected. Secondly, the information, we had 3 meetings set up with the group, and we connected you with staff immediately. And so if there was any misconception on the leasing or the sale or information, I understood that we were working with you, and this is the first I've heard that we weren't working with you on this project. And as far as leasing the building goes, I'm not sure when that was relayed to you, if that was relayed to you just in the meeting that we just had. The messaging is not that we can't lease buildings, it's that it doesn't remove the barriers for the repairs process, the RFP process. If the building was leased and Norfolk County still owned the building, we still are required to go through that stringent RFP process, which would mean those engineered prices that you have in the business plan that I gave to you would still hold, if not increase since then. And I know a big part of your
Now,
proposal.
Mayor Martin, I did open it up for questions.
Okay, well, there are a couple misconceptions there. And there are a couple parts of your business case that are specifically tied to getting better tenders. So I want to raise that with you. It's not that a lease can't occur. It can. However, I don't think that it hits that part of your business case.
Well, if the council would take another look at this, the proposal is serious, and we can get the money. But I don't see why we have to go through an RFP with the county. We can do it ourselves. It was done in 2001.
So long as the building is owned. In the lease process,
in 2001 it wasn't owned.
I have confirmation from our staff, which has been shared with you, that the lease process is going to require us to go through that stringent RFP process. So I'm sure that something must have changed since 2001 for staff to give us that advice. It's not...
This is the first I've heard of this.
I'm sure this information was
never
prepared
gi-
anyways, we
never
shared
given to
it.
me.
We shared it in the meeting, and at that meeting with Nancy and Joan and Councillor Van Passen and I, we said that we were happy to have this discussion today and try to get council to defer the report. So that was shared in an in-person meeting, and I thought we were going to have a discussion. I'm kind of caught off guard here because I thought we were working together.
Well, I thought we too.
We're not in a section of debate with the deputation right now, so if there's other questions, I think Councillor Columbus had a question for the deputation.
No, I did not.
Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Layton and company. Thank you very much for your presentation here today. And I think every member of council recognizes the value and the important history that the Victoria Town Hall has for the community. I guess, could you just lay out for me what you feel would be the main objections you have to a group owning the building and taking over ownership of this building from the county?
Well, first of all, the Victoria Foundation cannot own a building. It's part of their charter. So that would mean we'd have to form an entirely new group to buy the building.
Okay, thank you. But I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've had the impression that there are other groups in the Victoria community who feel that they could take on some of this role. Would that be a possibility?
I'm not aware of them.
I'm just speaking, when we had the public meeting, there were people who came forward and said that we can take over this building, we can do this and we can do that, and that's the reason I'm asking. I don't know if it's not true, but okay.
Of any other public group that has wanting to take it over.
Okay, I just recall. Okay, but if there were a group, you would have no objections to their being able to do that?
We'd have to talk about it, but yes, I think it's...
Okay. Yeah, because I'm quite convinced that there is a community-based solution here. We just have to find it. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Martin, you have any other questions? Or, in light of, this new information and the deputation, later on in our agenda, we do have the report coming from staff. And I almost wonder whether it would be best just to refer that report back to staff right now, to let staff have some one-on-one discussions with the group from Victoria, get some answers to those questions, what is doable, what's not doable, and just refer the report back to staff and come back with it in September or October, something to that effect. Might be better than us discussing it later with only parts of the information. So, Mayor Martin?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree. That's a great plan, and I thought that was where we left off anyways in our last meeting. However, I'm not open to deferral. If the group is suggesting they're not interested in ownership, I think we would just be kicking the can down the road to a group that's suggested they can't do that. That was how I thought we left our meeting that we had last week, that we were going to give this group more time on the basis of developing a plan and returning to us, which I am very comfortable in supporting. But if I'm hearing from the group that they're not interested in ownership.
I don't know where you heard that. I'm in the same room.
Well, I think that's where the
Excuse me, I
discrepancy, I
heard-
think Councillor
excuse me.
Michelli has brought it
Excuse
up
me.
as well.
Excuse
that
me. The deputation just raised that they cannot own it, and our conversation was...
The official legal entity of the Victoria Foundation, that legal entity in their charter cannot own property.
I understand that from our
But that doesn't mean, as
group.
Councillor Michelli suggested, there might be another legal entity that is a community group within the community who would be willing to take that on. So
Which
let's
is
allow them to
where I
have
thought
that
we left our
discussion.
meeting.
We are asking for
Use
time.
that microphone, John,
I've
please.
got it loud enough.
It'll go on the record, on the public record, please.
Today, we are asking for time to either find that group or make our own legal group to purchase the town hall and proceed with the necessary renovations. We need time. Yes, we did talk about it last week, but we're making it official today. We need time. We'd like at least 6 months because summer is a busy time for a lot of people, and a lot of people aren't home. So we would like at least 6 months to revisit this, come back to you with a viable proposal, and proceed with the renovations to the town hall. If we have to buy it, we have to buy it. But we have to have time to organize.
Councillor.
Thank you, Chair Van Passen. So at that point then, would it be appropriate to make a motion that we bring this back Q1 2025?
Yeah, I think I did talk to the clerk about procedurally. It's okay right now to bring a motion.
Okay.
It's 8.44 on the agenda. It's report OPS-24-001, and just have that referred back to staff. That means that staff can adjust it, discuss it with the community, and bring it back by the end of 2024 or whenever that they are comfortable with it.
Q1, January 2020. I mean, they need, summer is kind of a wash when you look at it, and then September, just getting things back, and then with December and stuff like that. So January 2025 Q1 makes sense to me.
Okay.
And that gives them their 6 months.
Yeah, did you move that? And Councillor Michelli, are you seconding that?
I am seconding, Mr. Chair, provided that for clarity, we are talking about this coming back with a proposal for the purchase of the Victoria Town Hall.
Well, it's referring the report back. So a deferral would just delay the existing report. The referral means staff can change it, work on it, get some agreement, and come back with whatever information they have at that time. So
good. In that event, I am seconding.
Okay, Mayor Martin.
Thank you. And just for clarity, because I don't want to get in trouble down the road, if we're opening up an opportunity for this group to submit a business plan, then what is our position going to be if anyone else shows interest between now and then?
It is not, the motion's not specific to this one group. It's just referring the report back to staff. So if another
Okay.
group came forward,
Understood. Thank you.
more power to them. Hopefully we get some competition, get the price up to $2 instead of $1, something like that. So. Councillor Very.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a philosophical question, I think, to maybe Al. The deputations raised the Linwood Art Center, and fair enough, and we've done a deal like this with the Walsh Hall. So I guess my question is this the approach we're going to take with county buildings going forward? This seems to be where we keep falling back. And is this our official position? Is that when we decide that a building's no longer going to be owned by the county, that we give the community a chance to buy it? And where I'm going with this is that we know that there's a marina report coming, and are we going to make that available to the community to buy the marina as well for $1?
Mr. Maness is a little bit off topic of the motion on the floor.
Well,
but,
it's not off topic, because if this is the general path that we're going with all these properties that could be sold, and we're not going to sell them, and I understand why. We want community solutions. So I guess where I want to know is where we're going with this. Is this all buildings? Is it some buildings? And what's the criteria for deciding that municipal property should be available to the public, and which municipal property should be just sold outright? That's where I want to determine where the line is on that.
And just a quick point of order. Can we receive the deputation as information and then
can we
decide on
finish
path?
up? There is a motion on the floor to refer the report from later back. We'll call the question on that one first. If there's no more discussion, all in favor? That is carried. And we'd also need a motion to receive the deputation as information. Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. And now if you want to comment on Councillor Very's question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll certainly try.
All right. Thank you very much for the deputation, and I'm sure that our staff will be in contact with you shortly to follow up on the referral back to them and get some more details. So, all right, thanks.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think if I understand Councillor Very's question, there's some trepidation through council members in regards to some conflicting messaging coming back. On one hand, we continue to tell council that we've got some financial difficulties in this county and we are looking for opportunities to reduce our expenditures and increase revenues. And then on the other hand, you've got opportunities where we've identified some potentially surplus properties, and instead of selling them for the highest on the market for the highest available price, we are recommending some partnership or some sort of sale to a community group to try to maintain that asset on their own but off the county's books. So the point is taken. It's a difficult balancing act that staff have. We are not a for-profit business, but we are in the community building business, and sometimes that takes some difficult decisions to make. In some cases, it's an outright recommendation to council to declare a property surplus and sell it. And sometimes, if there's a community will to try to maintain an asset and help the county reduce its expenditures by the community group wanting to take on that asset and fund what it takes to keep that operational for the community good, we will explore that option and speak to council about it. I think when you look at the report, the staff recommendation was quite clear. It was try to sell it to a community group for $1 under some specific conditions, and if not, and are not able to get a community group to come in to accept those conditions, then we would declare the property surplus and sell it. So we are trying to walk a delicate balance here, understanding that we've got some financial challenges ahead of us, but also trying to maintain and build a community that our residents are proud of, and so that's the balance that we walk on a daily basis.
Yes, sir, follow up. So again, and thanks for that, Alan, I appreciate it, but part of my question was, how does that determination get made? That one is going to have an opportunity to be sold to the community of group that wants to take it over, and the other recommendation is not. That's where that's what I'm trying to get at here is, you know, point taken. And again, I'm not trying to tell the Victoria group that's here that I want to sell their hall. That's not the point of this question. The point, like, I'm all about the community partnership. Let's do it. But there were 6 recommendations in that report, and we've decided now to not hear any of them until Q1 of next year. And one of those recommendations we could have decided today was to outright sell it. Again, not trying to go for that direction, just telling you. So how do we decide when a municipal property is for sale, who makes the determination this one should be offered to the community group and this one should be put up for sale? How does that get decided in the report? I would like to see some kind of consistent process, or as a counselor, understand how that happens. How do we get one recommendation and it's different each time? What's the deciding factor on which ones we try to keep and which ones we don't?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I will say there isn't a playbook that we're following. At the end of the day, it's always a council decision, and staff put together recommendations. How we arrive at recommendations is on an issue-by-issue basis, depending on the feedback that we're hearing from the community, depending on a whole host of factors. In this particular case, part of what we determined was that there has been a lot of community feedback. There is an opportunity when you look at the potential for a market sale. Is it going to make a material difference on our finances? We won't know until we put that on the market. But there's 3 or 4 or 5 different factors that go in, but it's always on a case-by-case basis. It always depends on the asset that's being considered. It always depends on what the greater community good is. So there's a whole host of factors that go into it. But to reiterate, it's always a recommendation from staff to council, but council is the one who makes those decisions. It isn't staff.
Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I also want to get staff to comment on some direction moving forward here because I'm a bit confused and I don't want to get caught up here again. So in April, we forwarded all documentation to the group that I'm aware of, including some documentation that was requested through a Freedom of Information search. When I found out that had been requested, it was public information. I forwarded that along. In early May, I had a meeting with Councillor Van Passen, Ms. Crandall, Ms. Norman, Mr. Leighton, and another, I'm drawing a blank on her name, another lady joined us, where we gave feedback onto what we thought a suitable business plan would contribute. May 21st, we had another meeting set up that no one attended. June of last week, we met again with Nancy and Joan. And so I understood that we were sharing information with the group between the two of us and maybe staff. But I want, before everyone leaves here today, some clarity on how that's going to work going forward, because there's obviously a disconnect and the group feels like we're not, I guess, providing them with information to make a suitable plan. So how would you like to handle that moving forward?
Through you, Madam Mayor, or through you, Mr. Chair, to the Mayor and Council. It's something that we're going to have to give some considerable thought to. We don't, as part of our obligation as well, is to make sure that we have a fair process for every group that might be interested in coming forward. And so any information or anything that we share with any particular group, including the deputation that came forward today, we have to have a mechanism to make available to any community group that might have expressed an interest to come forward with an offer. The only thing I will say, and I'm not privy to the details that are happening between the groups and staff, only other than to say that if there's any groups that come forward that are asking for information, staff are always available to provide answers and provide clarity. And I would encourage anyone who isn't getting that cooperation and that sort of time with staff to just please let me know or let your local councillor know, and or the mayor, and they will let me know, and we will make sure that we've got staff available. But part of the process here is to make sure that we're fair and equitable and transparent to everyone who has an interest in the building, and we will work on making sure that whatever we discuss with any particular group is made available to any other group that has expressed an interest in that building.
Okay, so thanks for those comments, but that doesn't help me. I almost wonder if, I believe in an email somewhere I connected the group, yes I did, on February 27th with Bill Cridlin. So for clarity for the group, Bill Cridlin is now the point man for anything you may need with regards to this facility, bill.cridlin@norfolkcounty.ca. And then all of our information has since been uploaded onto the Engage Norfolk website. Is it still there, Ms. Van Dyke?
Mr. Chair, through you to Madam Mayor, I believe so, but I will double check, and I will ensure that our communications team keeps the Engage Norfolk page up to date. So any information requests that come in, Mr. Cridlin can let us know, and we can make sure it's updated on the Engage Norfolk page.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've, to my knowledge, we've uploaded all of the documentation there, which even some of the FOI requested material, when we found out that there had been Freedom of Information requests for some of the county documents, we put that onto the website. So let's keep that up for anyone who wants to reference that, engagenorfolk.ca. And then Bill Cridlin can talk to the facility and his team, and then field out any questions or concerns to the relevant staff members so that there's no barrier for communication moving forward. Thank you.
And Mr. Cridlin, do you want to add any comments to that?
I know, to the chair. No, that does clarify the role. I guess staff are just a little, I think we know the way it's going to roll out, but that was our recommendation, was to, the recommendation number 3 was to reach out to any interested groups and then have this process carry on that council has talked about. So I guess there's just a little confusion with Michael and I. What is expected from staff? Are we now basically accepting recommendation number 3, which is to go to local groups and see if they want to come in, or I'm taking that's what we're doing. We're not considering any of the other 5 recommendations?
I think the entire report's been referred back to you to get some more input from this community group and any others to clear up some of the discrepancies on things, and then a new report to come back at some point in time. Maybe the recommendations are going to be the same. Maybe there's going to be different recommendations coming back from staff when both sides get all the details they want. But yeah, this report wasn't received for information. It's just being sent back to you to get readjusted, and we'll see what happens over the next few months of discussions with those community groups and see if the recommendations stay the same or if they change. So.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. One supplemental question. Are we limiting it to the town of Victoria? Because the staff had went through the options. We weren't sure if a group came from outside of Victoria. We think the best interest for the hall is in Victoria, but there are a lot of good service groups that are located outside of Victoria that may have an interest in this. So if we can get some clarification on that, I think Michael and I have what we need for the next steps, and we appreciate that.
Well, I would suggest that there's nothing mentioned by council to limit it to any one group. It's still an open public process, still up for debate or comments from anyone. I guess it's still on the Engage Norfolk page. It's still part of the land monetization thing that we've been working on for 3 years, right? So the process is still ongoing, so it's not limited to anyone. Does that clarify? I get a little nod of the head of Michael, so...
Yeah, no, through the chair, that's
yeah.
great. That's what we were after. We thank you for clarification.
Sorry. Item 5.4, Scott Boak, the Port Rowan Information Building. So welcome, Scott. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll try to warn you when you got a minute left. So.
I'd like to start by saying thank you, Mayor Martin and Norfolk County Councilors, for giving us the opportunity to explain our plans for the new visitor center in Port Rowan. Our current building is in dire need of repairs, in which the cost will exceed a new pre-manufactured structure. The current shed we have used for many years is only big enough for 2 people to come inside comfortably. Our volunteers spend many hours here each week promoting our town, and they deserve a nicer place and more comfortable space to greet the thousands of visitors that come into Port Rowan and the Long Point country each summer. The street view of the new building will be very similar to the existing. The difference we would like is the new structure will have large windows, accessible doors, and adding a depth of about 12 to 13 feet behind, making the space very much more welcome to people and make our visitors and volunteers feel very welcome. This will also provide us room for additional pamphlets, local maps, and a place for people to sit and enjoy the view of Long Point. The Long Point Lions Club heard about our situation and have kindly donated the funds to purchase a new building, which will come in at no additional cost to Norfolk County. Some of our licensed contractors who are members of the chamber have already volunteered and agreed to move and reinstall the new visitor center building once it is finished by the Old Hickory Shed Company in Langton. We would like to do this as soon as possible, as the building is being constructed as we speak, and our goals are to have this done by the end of July, if possible, to finish our tourism season in a beautiful new building. If you have any questions today, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Boak. Are there any questions? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Scott, thank you so much for coming here today and making this presentation and informing council about this project. So, Scott, just so I understand this, there is going to be no cost to the county. The information booth is going to be constructed by the local Long Point Lions Club. There will be no labor costs connected to Norfolk County, and the new site will be bigger and better than ever.
Exactly.
Thank you.
We didn't rehearse that.
And there is a staff report coming
and
up
actually,
later, right?
you said the Lions construct it. It was actually paid for by the Lions, but it's a pre-manufactured building that would just be in and out relatively pretty quick.
From a place in Lake.
Thank you, Scott.
Exactly.
Yes.
From a local
Yes,
builder.
again, a local business. Thank you.
Now, do you have a follow-up question, Councillor Huffman, or no?
Yes.
Councillor Columbus?
And you're not looking for any waiving of fees for a building permit or anything like that?
No.
Perfect, thank you.
I'm just doing the process.
Any other questions, comments? If not, thanks very much, Scott. Good news to hear in Port Rowan that that little booth does get used, right? So, could I have a motion to receive the deputation of Councillor Duthie and Councillor Vanendriessche? All in favor? That is carried. Okay, that's the end of our deputations and presentations. We have none. Communications, we have 3 items of communication on the agenda today. A letter from the Solicitor General, a letter from the Minister of Transportation, and a letter from the Port Dover Waterfront Preservation Association. Any questions or comments? Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make note of the letter from the Solicitor General's office. And in regards to the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019, as of April 1st, there were some significant changes. And I do want to make note that we are no longer the Police Services Board. We are an OPP detachment board. So there's going to be some housekeeping and things to do with that, and that was just also in regards to the conference that I just came back from. So if everyone can just kind of take a look at that correspondence, and if you have a chance, look into the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019. That was my comment.
Well, and maybe we could look to the Police Services Board to send a little written sort of report with the updates in future. So
We will as soon as we're able to meet.
Yes. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, a motion to receive them as information. Moved by Councillor Vanendriessche, second by Councillor Duthie. All in favor? That is carried. Staff reports and Health and Social Services, none. Environmental and Infrastructure Services Division, the Connecting Links funding, and I don't see Mr. Grice, so I'm assuming Darnell Lambert's going to take the lead on this.
That is an excellent assumption, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, report EIS 24-046 provides council with an update on the county's Connecting Link program application that was made in October 2023. The county application was for the resurfacing of the Queensway East from west of Donnelly Drive to Ireland Road, and for signal and intersection improvements at Norfolk Street North and Davis Street. The Ministry of Transportation responded to the application in May, a copy of which I think was item 7.2 on your agenda, advising that funding would be provided for the Queensway resurfacing to an upset of $641,898. To allow this work to move forward in 2024, the following is being recommended. One, that council authorize staff to enter into an agreement with the ministry for this funding, and that the 2024 capital budget be amended to include a total funding of $792,000, of which $641 and change will be from the provincial grants and the balance from the roadway construction reserve. Should council approve these recommendations, staff will work to complete this resurfacing this year. However, this project will require some coordination with a recently approved development at 157 Queensway that requires a servicing connection right across the Queensway itself. If necessary, the resurfacing work may be deferred to the late spring, early summer 2025 in order to avoid construction conflicts. This deferral, however, would not jeopardize our access to the funding. The signal and intersection improvements planned at Norfolk and Davis Street, which are in much need, will continue to move forward in 2024 as the approved capital budget included funding for this work. This project goes to tender next week, and construction is planned for mid-late September. Should council have any questions on either of these two projects, happy to take the questions.
Okay, thank you, Darnell. Any questions for staff? Councillor Duthie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff. Certainly good news whenever there's funding. I appreciate that. Regarding the project on the Queensway, was there any look, and I think it might have been referenced briefly in the report, but I'll ask for comment, regarding the intersection of Queensway and Donley Drive? I know this is something that's talked about frequently in the community, so I think if we could just reference it for the sake of getting it out there publicly as to what that looks like.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the application put forward to the ministry did not include that intersection. However, I am aware of the concerns that have been raised probably quite often at that intersection. The county did complete a traffic optimization study just recently, looking at a number of its signals across the county. One of the suggested improvements for that segment along there is to interconnect the Queensway Macintosh signal with the Queensway Walmart signal. And if optimization or interconnection could be achieved, proper programming could be put in place to allow some improved gaps for people to get in and out. This, however, would require a interconnection project for the benefit of council. Through you, Mr. Chair. That would be actually, in essence, tying a wire from one signal to the other signal so that they can talk to each other and their timings could be coordinated to allow gaps to happen. I would envision that would be a project that we would recommend being brought forward to this council for consideration as part of the 2025 budget.
Any other questions, or I'd be looking for either the motion to support the staff recommendation or an alternative. Councillor Van Andrieschie, the staff recommendation, seconded by Councillor Very. So moved and seconded that the report EIS 24-046 Connecting Links Funding Queensway East be received as information. Excuse me. The council authorized staff to enter into contribution agreement and further budget amendment of $792,000. All in favor?
Okay, we're on to, sorry, that was accepted? Yeah? Okay, we're on to,
There, just start reading right there.
okay, we're on to item 8.3.2, the proposed examination of the Lynn Valley Trail, Decoux Road to 16A Oakwood Avenue for use as a utility corridor, EIS 24035. And I'll just hand that over to Darnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of committee, or those that are left with us. Report EIS 24035 pertains to the examination of servicing options for the development lands located at the northwest corner of Decoux and Ireland Road. The lands of 682 Ireland Road were draft plan approved in 2022. This development proposal is now in its engineering design phase, and options for servicing are being examined. As set out in the report, there are essentially two sanitary servicing options available. One being a sanitary pump station, which, while feasible, would service only the development site for which it is designed. The pump station and its force main would, upon completion, be transferred to the county for ongoing care and maintenance. Pump stations and force mains are a servicing option that carries higher capital and operating cost in comparison to that of gravity systems. For this development area, a gravity system has come forward as an option to service not only that of 682 Decoux Road, but other development lands in the area. The servicing concept, however, relies on the use, as presented, of the former rail corridor, more commonly known as the Lynn Valley Trail, for its servicing route. Preliminary discussions have been held with park staff, the Long Point Region Conservation Authority, and representatives of the Lynn Valley Trail. To properly assess this routing option, more work is required. The report before you today seeks council endorsement for furthering the consideration of using this trail corridor or rail corridor as a servicing route. Council's endorsement is not an acceptance of the routing option. The endorsement simply secures council concurrence for further examination. Should council concur, the developer would work with county staff in furthering the assessment of this option, garnering public input, and rationalizing a final recommended servicing plan for the area. Should the use of the rail corridor be a recommended preferred servicing route, staff would return to council and secure final approval. Happy to answer any questions you have on this one.
Questions to Darnell. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the developer pays for the original pumping station. What is the lifespan of a pumping station for waste, which would eventually have to be picked up by the taxpayer?
That is correct. You're making me put on my pumping station hat through you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest to you, a pumping station probably has a 30-year life, I'm guessing, depending on the quality of pump that you buy and ongoing care and maintenance, if performed well, can give you an optimal life.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brenton. My question to Darnell. I read the report, I understand the report and the whole thing with the pumping stations and that. The one thing I'm not clear of, and I apologize if maybe I should know this, does this take a portion of the Lynn Valley Trail out of commission for community members for a number of time, or how does that work?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, in order to facilitate construction, the trail would be displaced for its use while construction would take place. But then obviously brought back and put back into play, and they would run in harmony for a significant period of time.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. I kind of assumed that, but I didn't really see anything there in terms of what a disruption to the community would be, so I just wanted to check on that.
And I think just to add to that through the chair to the councillor, furthering that assessment work, we would bring back those details, again, if this was a preferred route, to be able to clearly define what that length of disruption would be, any other mitigative works that may be required, replanting, things of that nature.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question, Darnell, if I may. Darnell, when I looked at this plan, and I remember back dealing with the hub lands with an individual, and I knew it was going to be very expensive to service, how come the lands, I'm on schedule or attachment A on your drawings there, and the line that comes from the green subdivision, and I don't know the name of it, but the trunk main, I guess if we could call that, to the wastewater plant, why are we going that? Why can't, like, we often thought it should go right through on gravity down and connect to that line. Why not? No agreement with the owner? Or?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor's inquiry, yes, it would take all three parties in the area to collaborate and work out an arrangement where that could happen. I will say to you that is definitely a viable option that requires cooperation. The only item before you today is to secure your concurrence on just examining the rail trail as an alternative option or an option. But you are correct. There is another option that would stay within all of the development lands to provide that servicing.
Will that be looked at?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay. Do you know, and another question if I may, the lands owned by others, is that the same group that owns the existing subdivision in green? Or is it a different different group or owner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is a different owner.
Thank you. I think it's a good exercise anyways. Need a motion, I guess. Councillor Columbus?
No, I had a question.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
The option that Councillor Brunton was referring to, would that be a gravity type of situation versus versus non-gravity pumping station?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding, it would be a gravity system.
Right. That would be the most appropriate way to go. Thank you.
Okay, we guess we need a motion if there's no more questions to accept the report. Councillor Duthie and Councillor Van Arishi. All those in favor? Carried.
Well, thanks, Councillor Brunton. I think I can take over. I just found out what it's like to drink Simcoe Town water. I don't know. Go back to my well. Next item on the agenda is 8.3.3, the in-road flexible signage report, EIS 24-043. And Darnell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This report, EIS 24043, provides council with information on a proposed in-road flexible sign pilot program that would, subject to your approval, move forward in early 2025. In-road flexible signs are a form of passive traffic calming, which is intended to encourage drivers to adhere to the posted speed limit. I believe a number of councillors have seen this in-road flexible sign in other communities in Ontario, as unfortunately Norfolk is not alone in its efforts to try and curb speeding. Staff are recommending 20 locations that would be ideal candidates for this pilot. Funding for the pilot would come from the 2024 operating budget, which has sufficient funds to support this initiative. If approved by council, staff would perform pre, during, and post-installation speed surveys just to monitor the effectiveness of these installations. And staff would work with the communications team to inform the public of the initiative and solicit public feedback. Staff would then report back to council in late 2025 on findings, concerns, and further recommendations regarding this pilot. Thank you, and staff are available to answer questions on this program.
Okay, thank you, Darnell. Questions, Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Darnell, thank you. I have been asking, inquiring, wondering about these types of signs for about 4 years now. Very happy that they're being brought to Norfolk County. They do exist in many other municipalities, you're correct. And I'm told by officials in those areas that they are extremely effective in calming speeds. So that's very good. My question is, I guess first of all, all of these signs are going to be for zones of 50 kilometers or less, correct?
That is correct, through you, Mr. Chair, to the
Okay.
councillor.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, just one more. I see we have 20 locations, and I think it appears to me that those are all very good locations. And I'm at the risk of perhaps opening a bit of a can of worms here. Would it be possible to add one more? Because the area that I have been asking about for these signs for 4 years is not on the list. And I just hope that maybe we could either switch one from another location to the location I'm thinking of, it's in Booths Harbor, or add another one. I'm just curious about your thoughts on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff are open to your input. And, you know, for the nominal cost, I think there's room for some accommodation for some additions. I would like the pilot to be able to proceed, however, with ideally a limited amount of numbers so that we could report back on effectiveness and any other little adjustments that may be required before we go extensively beyond that.
Okay, you got Councillor Huffman, followed by Councillor Brunton, then Councillor Very. So.
Thank you, Chair Van Passen. I just want to, sorry, not a question. I just want to say thank you very much. I'm looking forward to being part of the pilot project in Waterford, and I'm sure we'll get good results coming back from the report. So thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, Darnell. Are the ones on Norfolk Street North, that's not on the connecting link, is it? Is that, I'm I'm trying to picture where they are.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the chart. I don't see Norfolk Street on here, if I'm not mistaken, unless maybe my chart is different.
I'm sorry. Okay, well, there was two if I'm, okay, hang on. I thought there were. You're right. I apologize. I'm on the wrong map. Okay, sorry.
So Councillor Very, you got a question?
Yeah, I'm on the right map. So I have a question about Boston, not to take away from the seriousness of Boston, but it is a corner and it's got 4 of our signs. And I'm just wondering how that determination was made. And not, again, not to take away from that, but holy smokes, I would think that in one of our larger downtowns or something that we could maybe deploy some resources there. Is there a reason that all 4 directions on that entrance to Boston have need these signs?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will say I was hoping to be joined by staff who had compiled this list together. However, I don't have that at my deploy at the moment. Okay. I will say to you that there has certainly been a high number of calls and concerns around the Boston area, unfortunately, on all 4 legs that lead into that community, and thus I think that feeds into the rationale behind why picking all 4 angles coming into that community.
Maybe I could ask Mr. Cridland, you got a bit of background in this area as well, before I allow Councillor Huffman to defend her little community there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Cridland?
Anyways, through the chair to county council, no, Mr. Lambert's answers were quite right. Sitting on the roadside safety committee, Boston comes up time and time again. So I think when we introduce a pilot project like this, you're right. We're never going to get all of the areas. We picked a budget number that seemed to make sense with the 20 and go with it. So I think, like Mr. Lambert says, we probably could massage this. I don't think there is a bylaw or anything that is needed at the exact location. This is council endorsing the concept of trying these. So I think if we don't get it right the first time, these are very movable, and we can change them as we need to. But Boston seems to be a high flyer on our roadside safety committee for sure. That's why I think we've went all 4 ways there.
Councillor Huffman, and then Madam Mayor, you're next then. So.
Thank you, Chair Van Passen. I just wanted to reiterate that it has been a hot spot since my very first term, and the store that's there is extremely busy because it has an LCBO in it, and then with the school and with the church, and we do now have a lot of traffic that's traveling out towards Indian Line in terms of gas. That whole area, Bealton, Boston, Wilsonville, that whole area has become a very high traffic area. So hopefully it will help deter some of the traffic. And I encourage my residents to contact the Road Safety Committee, and I'm sure Darnell is like, yes, you do. And there, it worked out in their favor this time.
Mayor Martin?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, I was just going to say I'm really happy with the well-rounded selection and locations, so I'm happy to move staff's recommendation. And if staff feel that Councillor Michelle's suggested area is better suited, then you have the freedom to go ahead and make that amendment. But I like that it was apolitical and based off of results from the Road Safety Committee and staff, and happy to support this recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How would these affect line painting? Like, any thoughts on that, Mr. Cridland?
Through the chair to county council, that's a very good question. I think what would happen is they are seasonal. They're put in the spring, taken out in the fall. But if not, the snow plows definitely will take them out. So I think we would just look at our painting program and the installation of these and work around it. Do the line painting first if that's the issue, and then the marker would go in latter.
If you'd be willing to second the mayor's motion of the staff recommendation.
For sure. I've been watching what happens in Scotland, the village just north of my ward, and they work very effectively.
Are there any other questions for staff or Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I understand correctly, that this is, Mayor Martin mentioned with a slight amendment about the possibility of adjusting it? Does that need to be included?
I think, I'm not sure if it's an amendment or recognizing that it is a pilot, there is flexibility, and discussions with the local councillors, with the staff, would allow for some adjustments on the considered locations, correct? Is that the understanding of staff as well, that that flexibility exists?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we'll take that as direction that some amendments can be made.
Councillor Van Andriessen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I can support it if the dots that are indicated on the map are going to be used, as well as if you want to purchase another one and make that. But to remove one from where, and I look at this and I know they are really required, I don't want to see any lost in, say, for instance, Lindock, that's having a terrible time with speeding and almost stunt driving on those roads every day. So I just don't want to see any of those moved.
No, I think the direction is going to be clear that we're moving forward with a pilot project with input from local councillors, and we will carry on from there. So, yeah, we're not.
No, well, that's not what I heard, though.
Yeah.
I heard adjustments. I didn't hear. I just want clarification.
Yeah.
Additions are fine.
So it's been moved and seconded, the staff recommendation that the report be received as information to install, that council approved staff to proceed with a pilot program to install road flexible signage at up to, maybe just in Norfolk County, and delete that number. How's that? Staff set up a site on the Engage Norfolk and the Engage platform to provide information about the pilot program and gather feedback from our residents, and further that staff report back on the effectiveness of the signage in Q4 of 2025. Any more discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Next item is the Speedwatch program, Speedwatch sign program, EIS-24-042. And again, Mr. Lambert, if you could present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This report provides council with an update on the current Speedwatch program and a recommendation to approve a policy EIS-03, which, if approved, would be used to guide decisions on further Speedwatch locations if and when requests are brought forward for its consideration. At present, staff have 15 location requests for the Speedwatch sign. Should council approve the recommended policy on the matter, staff would then complete the assessment of each of the 15 locations. Inquiries would be advised of the outcome. And those locations that meet the threshold for a watch sign would be considered in the development of the 2025 capital program, and should funding be subsequently sought and approved by council, installations would then move forward in 2025. As part of our consideration for expanding this program, we will look at the option of rotating Speedwatch signs. However, should we make that recommendation, staff will bring a report to council to advise on the rationale for doing so and to secure your approval for such rotations. Should council have any questions on this program, which also targets trying to reduce speeding, or the recommended policy, we'd be happy to address questions.
Okay, thank you, Darnell. Any questions for staff? Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff. Thanks for your work on this. My interpretation, and I've heard and seen lots of comments on social media related to these things, and people's opinions are obviously different, but they are frequently faulty or not working, or yeah, like the one coming out of Port Dover on Sunday had a good chunk of it that was missing information. So I just wonder if there's any comment from staff related to the reliability of these, and what control we have over maintenance of them.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I actually have recently become aware of that, and we're having discussions with our operational partners on making those adjustments to the sign. Signs do have a service life to them. They need to be maintained, watched over, and responded to if and when they don't work. So certainly, since they've been deployed over a period of time and have withstood a function for that period of time, they're definitely worth taking a look at and seeing if anything either needs to be adjusted on them or perhaps even swapped out with a new one.
Mr. Cridland, anything to add to that?
The chairman, the county council, no, Mr. Lambert's 100% correct. Some of the solar powered ones, the batteries as they do age on, you take a few days like this without any sun, it comes to the staff apparent very quickly how they do stop charging. You get a sunny day, they're back up. So you could drive it, say the last 2 days off, get a sunny day, they'd be back on. But they do take some upkeep, and something staff probably do have to get a little better on getting a life cycle on them and getting the batteries changed sooner than later.
And Councillor Huffman, did you have a question? Or?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that there seems to be a difference in sometimes the quality of the signs. They're not all exactly the same. And I do find the ones Villanova tend to be a little quirky. And I know that Devin gets emails from me all the time on my way to Hagersville. I'll email him and say, not while I'm driving, but I will email him and say the ones in Villanova are out, and then he gets staff to go and look at them. So the ones in Bloomsburg, knock on wood, they've never been faulty at all. They're very reliable, and they're great. So I typically will call staff if I notice anything's not working. And the ones coming in on Norfolk Street, south there, coming into town, they're also very reliable, and I've never had any glitches with those. So I think it depends on the order.
And Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just, I don't want to get into any specific issues or questions, but I do have this one question because we've already, Councillor Duthie and Councillor Huffman have mentioned certain specific locations. And this is just one I kind of have had a little bit of trouble with for a while now. There is a Speedwatch sign on the what's called Nelson Street that becomes Radical Road in Port Dover. When you're coming out of Port Dover, the Speedwatch sign is there. Another, I don't know, maybe 80 feet, 100 feet, you come to the four-way stop. I'm not sure how you can get up to that kind of speed when you know you have to stop. So I'm just thinking that location maybe could be reviewed.
I think when the sign was there, then we rebuilt the road, and then we added these extra stop sign. So the Speedwatch sign probably became redundant at that time. So, any other questions for staff or a mover to the staff recommendation or an alternative? Councillor Huffman moves, seconder, Councillor Michelli. That report EIS 24-042 Speedwatch sign program be received as information, and that council approved policy EIS 0-03 Speedwatch program, and further that the financial impacts related to the installation of new Speedwatch signs that meet the warrants of the Speedwatch policy be referred to the 2025-2034 capital plan deliberations for consideration and inclusion as appropriate. Any more discussion? All in favor? That is carried. And since that's the end of the EIS portion of the agenda, I think it's a good time for about a 15-minute break. So we'll be back at 3:55. Okay, are we ready to reconvene here? Councillor Columbus, have you resolved quietly all the issues necessary now? So we move on to the Operations Division. Report OPS-24-018. I don't know if Mr. Cridlin, you want to introduce this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. To County Councillor, I will be brief, and I'll turn the mic over to Sydney after that. So, as per Norfolk County's legislative requirements, the county has developed and updated its new 5-year energy conservation and demand management plan. So the next 5 years being 2024 to 2029. The intent of these plans are to encourage energy conservation and demand management activities within the broader public sector organizations in Ontario. With that said, I will turn it over to Sydney, who will provide an overview of both past and the proposed future plan. Sydney?
Thank you for the introduction, Bill. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am here today to speak about the updated 2024 to 2029 Norfolk County Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan, otherwise known as an ECDM plan. Before I begin, I just wanted to touch base on the positive impacts of an ECDM plan. So ECDM plans and their accompanied energy conservation or efficiency measures can both directly and indirectly result in improved energy efficiency, cost savings and financial stability, decreased reliance and dependence on the electrical grid, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, otherwise known as GHG emissions, risk mitigation and resiliency, and improved employee engagement. Next slide, please. So today we will be discussing key highlights from 2023, a brief overview of the past 2019 to 2024 ECDM plan, and an overview of the proposed 2024 to 2029 ECDM plan. Next slide, please. So through creating the 2023 energy baseline, it was important to compare consumption and emission levels from our past 2018 energy baseline. Through this, I wanted to highlight some key statistics in which the corporation achieved over the past 5 years. The county saw a 4.43% reduction in electricity consumption, a 20.93% reduction in natural gas consumption, a 23.67% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and a 21.46% reduction in fuel consumption from 2018 levels. Next slide, please. The 2019 to 2024 ECDM plan set out 5 strategic goals and specific objectives. As noted on the slide, 4 out of 5 goals were partially met and 1 was not met. Overall, the county was very close to fully meeting several of the ambitious goals and objectives over the 5-year period. For example, there was an observed reduction in total energy consumption at approximately 61 of county facilities and locations. However, our goal was 80%. For further reference, detailed results have been included within Appendix B. Next slide, please. The following list summarizes the efficiency measures, which were either completed or not completed by the county over the past 5 years. Measures that proved to be beneficial to the organization have been carried into the updated plan. The incomplete measures were those that were either deferred or otherwise canceled. Appendix C includes a fulsome overview of the completed measures and results over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. So moving forward, the proposed 2024 to 2029 ECDM plan has been developed by staff with input received from the Sustainability Advisory Committee to address the fiscal, societal, and environmental risks associated with the consumption of energy by the corporation. Further, it has been designed to continue to provide a guiding light for the future of the energy management program within the corporation and establish Norfolk County's reputation as being an environmentally and fiscally responsible municipality. With that comes the vision statement, which is noted on the slide above, which remains unchanged from that of the past plan. The complete energy vision for the next 5 years is located in Section 2 of the plan. Next slide, please. The following table lists 5 strategic goals in which will assist the corporation in achieving the 2029 energy vision for Norfolk County. While the 5 goals are similar to that of the past plan, specific objectives have been revised accordingly. These goals and objectives are further described in Section 2.2 of the plan. Next slide, please. As seen in section 1.3 of the plan, a new section has been included to reflect upon the initiatives in the plan in which meet Council's 2022 to 2026 strategic plan. These key areas as listed above are building Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. Next slide, please. Examining historical energy use, cost, and emissions are pertinent to place an energy baseline into context as well as determine past performance. With that being said, there has been observable decreases in consumption for both electricity and natural gas compared to 2018 levels. However, natural gas pricing, which includes carbon tax and delivery fees, is continuing to rise, whereas electricity pricing is remaining fairly linear. Next slide, please. Similar to the previous slide, the county has observed a decrease in fuel consumption in comparison to 2018 levels, further resulting in a decrease in greenhouse gas emissions, as seen in the table on the right-hand side. However, similar to natural gas, fuel costs are continuing to rise. Next slide, please. Since 2013, the county has continued to improve efficiencies and reduce consumption throughout its operations, resulting in a positive decreasing trend of greenhouse gas emissions, as shown on the graph. It's important to note that the following emissions only account for utilities and fuel and is not a comprehensive emissions inventory, which would consider items such as waste generated from the corporation. All information pertaining to historical county energy use can be found in section 3.3 of the plan. Next slide, please. Within the plan, we have presented a new 2023 energy baseline, which will be utilized to measure performance over the next 5 years. In summary, the county saw a total net energy consumption of approximately 134 million kBTU, or total energy use. Additionally, the county spent approximately $4.8 million on utilities and fuel alone in 2023. For further context, the pie chart on the right-hand side of the slide provides a breakdown of the energy use per property category across the organization. All baseline data can be found in section 3.4 of the plan, and a detailed energy consumption for each county facility can be found in Appendix A. Next slide, please. Energy use intensity is important because it's a key indicator of a building's energy performance and helps us understand the way we are using energy. The higher the number, the more energy intensive a building is, similar to kilometers per liter for vehicles. Overall, the county saw a decline in energy use intensity at most county facilities or properties in comparison to 2018, with the exception of a few properties or locations. Next slide, please. As previously stated, the county saw an approximate 24% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions over 2018 levels. The pie chart located on the slide provides a breakdown of our emissions by category. It's important to note that with the inclusion of the carbon sequestration or storage from county-owned urban trees factored into the baseline, the county currently sequesters more carbon than we produce during our operations. This statistic is important because these natural assets will significantly assist the corporation in achieving net zero operations in the long term. Next slide, please. The following efficiency measures have been identified to assist the county achieve the desired goals, objectives, and targets over the next 5 years. Detailed descriptions, justifications, and analyses for annual operating measures have been included in Appendix D, and details for the proposed capital measures have been included in Section 4.2.2 of the plan. Some of these identified measures are incremental costs, meaning additional costs to be added to existing projects or programs, and they have been identified in Appendix E, financial summary with an asterisk. Next slide, please. Thank you for providing the opportunity today to present the proposed plan, and with that, I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Cindy. Any questions about the report or of the plan itself? Councillor Vanendree.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I found it intriguing when we went to the carbon sequestration, and when you sequester carbon, and you're talking about the trees and the tree roots, is there any thought, did you look into the future of prairie grasses that can be 10 feet tall and produce roots that are 30 feet long, which sequester a lot more carbon? Is there any thought of looking at areas that we own or roadways that could be put into those types of prairie grasses?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Van Andrieschie. We do not currently, Norfolk County does not currently have a mitigation plan, so I only looked at the natural assets that we have, such as our county-owned urban trees as well as our county-owned woodlots. But there is, various factors which factor into carbon sequestration, and you're right, there are species and plants that do sequester more carbon than trees. This is just what we currently have in our inventory.
When I look at, may I continue one more question? You know me, that was one of our.
Yeah, you always ask two, so like.
Yes, I always ask two. They told me to shut up. Phragmites is out there in abundance. If that Phragmites could be replaced with prairie grasses that sequester carbon with the long root system, it would be absolutely fantastic. We'd be at zero as soon as we can plant those prairie grasses.
This might be part of the interdepartmental thing, because we are doing some things along our municipal drains where we're actually planting buffers with those types of grasses, and it's probably not captured in the report so far. So, Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a quick question there on, do we have all electric vehicles? How many, or do we have any?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Brunton. We do have one, which it hasn't arrived to the county yet, but we did procure one, and that's for an EV pilot project that was approved through the 2024 capital budget. I don't have any information as to the operational advantages, just because we haven't deployed that yet in our fleet.
Just a car, a SUV, what is it?
It's a Ford F-150 Lightning.
Remember, if you go back to the budget, Councillor Brunton, that we replaced one of the pickup trucks with an electric one to try it out and see how it's going to work in the real world and see if it pulls trailers and all that. So,
Yeah, well, I guess a lot of people have bought the hybrid, and I've had a lot of good reports on that, and I just wondered if that's something that might be in our sites down the line. And my last question, if I may, and I did see in there where we paid 390,000 kilometers of mileage. Am I correct? Something like that. I just wonder what that cost us.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Brunton. I believe it was around $230,000 was paid out to staff for reimbursed mileage.
Thank you.
any other questions? Mayor Martin? Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Sydney, great report and really neat to see the work that's happened over the last 5 years. And thank you for all that you do. This is really neat. I agree with Councillor Van Andrieschie. The sequestering off of the forestry is really interesting. And I think that's something that our comms team should pick up and be using and promoting. Really cool. My question for you, so the 4.8 million that we're spending year over year and increasing on hydro gas and fuel. Are you aware of any particular programs that other municipalities have that are directly targeting decreases in those areas that maybe we should be putting, investing in a program or looking at putting some resources towards to decrease that year over year? Stuff that's baked into the budget as those kind of year over year costs, reducing them.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor Martin. Currently, we do have an HVAC upgrades program. Right now, we're replacing like for like. This equipment is more efficient, but through the capital projects here that I have listed, I've recommended a design the year prior to HVAC upgrades or replacements to look for the opportunity for fuel switching or just a higher efficiency equipment so that we can replace and ensure that we're lowering our costs the following year with construction. But another note is that we currently procure our utilities through local authority services, LAS, it's a branch through AMO, natural gas and electricity programs. The bulk procurement strategy actually, it's provided to municipal partners and it provides some protections to market volatilities, but natural gas pricing is very much controlled on a North American scale. you know, if there's political tensions across the world, it affects natural gas pricing. It's somewhat a little bit out of our hands, but in terms of anything to save cost-wise on utilities alone, there's no rebates, but there are rebates and incentives for fuel switching out there right now.
Okay, and then further to that, is there something that we should be doing from a lobbying perspective to the province? Because I recently came across a really cool program that's in Alberta, and it is with solar panels. And so obviously their hydro is privately run, and that's the difference. But they have a buyback program. And so one individual in the summer months was able to actually have a negative hydro bill based on their solar panels because they accumulate power for the grid at like 30 cents a kilowatt, and then in the off season they're able, because they've made that investment in the solar panels, they're able to turn that program off and then use the electricity at 12 cents per kilowatt. And so basically they can float 8 out of 12 months of the year with minimal electricity bills. So I know that we're, you know, adding solar powered elements to a lot of things we do, even just like our speed watch signs. But is there something more that we should be doing, one, by way of budgeting for solar, and two, in a lobbying effort to the province?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, you know, a lot of green energy contracts were canceled by the current provincial government 2 terms ago. There used to be a microfit project that actually facilitated the Waterford Community Centre solar panel system. That has now ended. If there could be more incentives and rebates, you know, for solar power and energy storage, that would be excellent. Right now, we're limited. You know, we get into another issue of advocacy in terms of grid capacity issues too, because you can't net meter if there's no capacity on the grid. You need to install that battery storage, and yeah, definitely advocacy in that area too.
Okay, thank you for those answers. I think you're doing a great job, and when you continue to build out any staff reports or you're working on stuff, if you see anything that you think we should be doing from an advocacy perspective, I say bring it forward to council. I'm all for having the discussion and the debate here, because we're uniquely positioned. We're large, we're geographically vast, but we're not so rural anymore, and I think we'd be a great leader in taking more of a green approach in some of the work that we do.
I wonder if you, since we brought it up, explain a little bit more about the difference between the net metering with the solar panels as opposed to the battery option. That I think both are mentioned in the plan. So.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to County Council. So a net metered solar system would be the energy you produce then goes back onto the grid. I did install a solar system at St. William's Community Centre, and we did have grid capacity issues, so we had to reduce the panel and system size, and instead, so we could remain within the budget, install a small battery storage system. So the difference with that is that the power is not going back onto the grid. You're actually storing that energy that can be used, whether it's during a power outage or just to offset electricity use during day-to-day operations.
Any other questions? If not, be looking for a motion to either receive the staff recommendation. Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Van Andriessen. That report OPS-24-018, the Norfolk County Energy Conservation Demand Management Plan 2024 to 2029 be received as information. That we approve the plan, that the operations staff be directed to provide annual reports commencing in 2025 to council on the progress through plan implementation, that operations staff be directed to provide a report to council detailing the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives Partners in Climate Protection Program for decision. That the proposed 2025 levy supported operating budget include an allocation of $67,600 as a council approved initiative to reflect the annual incremental operating costs expected to implement the energy conservation and demand management plan, and further that the financial impacts related to the implementation of the plan be referred to the 2025-2034 capital plan deliberations for consideration and inclusion as appropriate. Any comments, questions? If not, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, Cindy, for, I think you got off easy on that one. So. Next item, 8.4.2, the Waterford Branch Library retrofits and interior renovation budget amendment report OPS-24-019. Mr. Cridland, you going to be introducing this as well?
Yeah, I'll hold the stage here for a few minutes while staff get to the chairs. But this unfortunately is a budget amendment report. And the project was kind of twofold. It involved a retrofit and some upgrades. So we've got Julie Kent here from the library, who is prepared to talk about any operational needs as to some of the budget amendment, and we've both got Michael and Sydney here that did the tendering process, and from the facility side here for their questions. So with that, Michael, maybe I'll turn it over to you if you don't mind, and start things off. Okay, maybe.
Thank you, Bill, and through you, the chair. Just I guess a quick note to council. This project was tendered through the facilities department, and we're the project managers on this particular project. It is like Bill had mentioned, it is the combination of two capital projects. One is the interior expansion, where we are expanding the usable footprint of the Waterford Branch Library, as well as the Waterford Branch retrofit project, which we were successful for some grant funding for a portion of that project. So I think that just high level, it is two projects. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions of council.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Michael, the federal grant of $301,000, was that based on a percentage of the approved budget? Is that where that number came from? And were we actually low on our approved budget?
I can answer that question. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Columbus. We applied for the grant in 2021, and the federal government only returned the signed contribution agreement, the final contribution agreement, to us in the spring of 2023. So due to inflationary pressures since 2021, we knew that the construction budget for the retrofit side of things may be a little bit low. We also used a portion of that construction budget to amend the design budget, which was to accommodate a budget amendment there too.
Thank you.
Councillor Huffman, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair Van Passen. I just wanted to say that this Waterford Branch Library retrofit goes very nicely into the report that Sydney just did in regards to energy and conservation, as it is one of the least most efficient buildings in Norfolk County.
Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Michael. So the retrofit on this building, the two projects in tandem, what is that going to do to the life cycle of the asset?
Through the chair to Madam Mayor, it's a good question. I would say in terms of the retrofit specifically, we are addressing some end of life cycle building components. We're addressing end of life cycle HVAC equipment. We're addressing electrical equipment that is in need of replacement, and that was within our capital plan that we've since removed. Also, some window, where it's a full window replacement and glazing replacement of the building envelope. We're also addressing some roofing components. Or a portion of the roof will be replaced with a long-term metal roof. So we are addressing a lot of the building components which are approaching end of life or are at end of life. So I would suggest that overall, in terms of the overall expected life of the facility, would definitely increase. I guess from the other portion, or the other side of the project, which is the interior renovation, the main reason for the interior renovation is the expansion or the growth that we're seeing within Waterford. And this project is increasing the usable space by 450 square feet, which allows us to accommodate additional growth within the urban boundary of Waterford.
Okay, that's actually specifically what I was getting at with the life cycle. So we know that there's a considerable amount of growth coming to Waterford, and although it's happening now over time, is the growth in the amendments to this facility and happening in tandem, or are we getting the facility prepared before the growth comes and then it's not timely anymore and we're looking at more capital asset requirements for the building? So I guess my question about life cycle costs was, what's the duration on these upgrades we're doing to the building and the duration of the life cycle, knowing that we have just endorsed a plan with considerable amount of growth for the next 20 plus years?
Nobody wants to answer that. So.
Maybe I could pass that one over to Julie. Maybe she can speak maybe to more the library.
The library operations.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to Madam Mayor, we have been reviewing the Waterford branch for options for a number of years. The Norfolk County Public Library Facilities Committee has done reviews of the branch, and we've learned that there are design standards for developing libraries, and it's recommended that there should be approximately 6,800 square feet to serve a population of about 10,000. And currently there are 4,208 people in Waterford according to the 2021 census data. But with the surrounding catchment area of Vanessa, Teeterville, Wyndham Center, Linville, Bloomsville, Villanova, Bills Corners, Townsend, that would bring the total community in an area, catchment area around the branch closer to 9,000. So with the interior expansion to take it from 6,600 square feet, which is currently the interior space available, we will be looking at taking that to over 7,000, which will certainly meet current projections for growth for the next number of years for the branch and the community. And expanding the public use space has many outcomes. It will take us from having currently 16 seats available for the community to 40, and it will take for teens and adults, and will take us from 15 seats for children to over 25. And most importantly for us, the library, is to ensure that the washrooms are accessible and ODA compliant, and currently they are not. There's a huge pillar that makes it really challenging for a wheelchair to move around, as well as the washrooms often freeze throughout the winter, and we have to have portable heaters in the washrooms to keep the pipes from freezing. The interior reconfiguration will improve the sight lines, and it's going to reclaim space that's currently unused space for people, and to create a real community hub for the area. It also will enhance our meeting room, which will improve our rental space. Rental space for libraries for public libraries is one of the few revenue options available for public libraries to help offset operations. And additionally, with that revitalized space, it's going to be key for our programming, such as film clubs, children's programs, and teen events.
Okay, thank you for that. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, how does this tie into our asset management plan? Does it tie into the asset management plan? Is it separate because it's the library board? I guess further to that, if I tell you where I'm going with this, my concern is the closing balances on the reserves, and I know that we're not in a position to necessarily, so if we want the reserves top back up later, we're going to have to allocate that money to the library at budget time, or they're going to need to ask us for more money at budget time. And so if it's not happening in tandem with an asset management plan, then what types of criteria, I suppose, does it bring about projects that are going to usurp projects on our capital plan that have been fully vetted and reviewed?
Ms. Fanning, would you care to comment on that?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, yeah, that's an excellent question. And so as we're considering our asset management plan, the library buildings are in scope for the county's asset management plan, so those are included. So as we are making improvements to these buildings, those will have to be added in. And so as we're considering the service life and the cost to replace those buildings, both will go up. So as Mr. Simoes noted, we are extending the service life on the building in a number of cases, and so we'll be extending the service life, but we'll also be extending the cost to replace because we're adding space and doing different things. And so as we're forecasting, when we bring back our financial strategy on the asset management plan next year, and as we're forecasting the life cycle costing of all of our assets, the costs are likely to go up on that specific asset because we've done these. So these will be the kinds of things that we'll be considering in the next year as we build that. And I don't know if Mr. Lambert has any other comments on the asset management plan, but library buildings are in scope and there will be an impact.
And then further to that, they're being given consideration for any repairs and updates to the assets with all of our other priorities?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin. So yeah, that's correct. We'll have to consider, I mean, we know that there's already both an infrastructure gap and a funding shortfall in all categories. And so there's a good possibility that the more that we do these kinds of things, that the bigger we're making those. And so those will be things that we'll have to look through. And although an expansion right now is paid for through development charge collection, the replacement of it will then be on the county to fund. So when we do growth projects, that's another important consideration for sure.
Okay, and so further to that, if then the growth portion gets put onto the county, is that through development charge debt? If we don't have the development charges in the account?
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, that's correct. And so in this case, our library DC reserve fund was not sufficient to fund the amendment, and so we will be issuing DC debt. And so the debt payments will be funded through the collection of development charges. So it's not impacting the levy in the initial project, but the development charges that we're collecting won't go as far because we're making debt payments and interest payments with them rather than putting it away for infrastructure. So there is an impact there.
And I suppose that's fine if a community is seeing a considerable amount of debt and we want to make investments in that community to demonstrate that we're committed to not just building housing all the time. But I would be interested, I guess, if this is a pattern that will continue, on how long it's going to take to repay that debt and how long those DCs it's going to take to top up that reserve again. So I think my final question through you, Mr. Chair, is back to Julie. Julie, has the library board had conversations concerning the reserve balances and what your plan will be come budget time for the next few years to top them back up? And further to that, have you had discussions around fundraising for the project?
Through the chair to Madam Mayor, the board has reviewed the reserve amounts as provided to us by finance. There has not been any conversation around fundraising for this specific project that I'm aware of, because apparently it started in 2019, and then with disruptions of the pandemic, the grant for the shelving has been a key part of folded into this particular project as well, and that funding grant didn't come until 2022. I believe that was finalized. The board has not looked at anything specific about the reserve funds, because we get our information about the reserve funds from finance and are guided by finance on where they stand. But we do have a reasonably healthy balance in the reserve fund even after this particular project. Fundraising is on our radar for many matters within the library, and certainly does come into play for what we want to do for any future capital or any investments at any of our branches.
Okay, so you, I think in that roundabout answer, there is no plan at this point in time for how you're going to work towards making contributions to the reserve, but you're waiting to have those conversations with our staff pre-budget, but you feel that the $143,000 is sufficient?
Through the chair to Madam Mayor, we have a policy on that reserve that each year we must contribute a minimum of $10,000 into that reserve. And I can say we have not had a conversation at the board level about the reserve at this juncture. We are just beginning to have our conversations about budget beginning in June for this month.
Okay, thank you for answering that.
Yes. Since we're discussing finance, I have a question for the treasurer. Through the Climate Change Adaptation Committee that existed, the council accepted their recommendation to set aside some money in a reserve to sort of do green energy projects or enhancements during construction, and I think that money's still sitting in a reserve, but wouldn't some of the work done here qualify sort of for the use to be funded out of that reserve?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to County Council. Unfortunately, the Climate Change Adaptation Measures Reserve is specific to adaptation measures as identified in the Climate Change Adaptation Plan. This retrofit falls under mitigation. We're reducing emissions as opposed to adaptation, which would be adapting to. But there is money in that reserve.
Can't like change what we call it and sort of fund it out there rather than add more debt to our list. But, okay, any other questions for staff? Mayor Martin?
Sorry, just one more. So if it's $10,000 a year and we're going to deplete the reserve by $600,000, it's a lot of years to top that reserve back up, the library reserve. And that's longer than the life cycle of the asset. So it's not that I'm not in support of the project, I am. I'm wondering what our plan is, given that we've spent the last 6 years trying to be proactive, and while the reserve's still in the black, I don't think $143,000 is a lot. So I guess I'm just looking to be sold on what our plan is to ensure that we are making contributions to the reserve for the next asset and beyond that, the Waterford assets life cycle and so on and so forth. Especially if the DCs are gonna go towards paying back debt. That reserve isn't being topped up either.
Through the chair to the mayor. So the contribution to that reserve for 2024 is actually $360,000. And that's been our recommended contribution, I think, for a few years, if memory serves me correctly. And so obviously, as we make changes to our reserves and as we look to our financing strategy for our asset management plan, we're going to be looking to increase reserve contributions, and that will be something that will be recommended through the library board through their budget as well, and what needs to come forward. I would agree with you that balance after this budget amendment and existing commitments, $143,000 is not comfortable. In terms of our capital commitments projected out over the next 10 years and other asset management needs that are being identified. So there is more work to do there, and we will be recommending greater contributions as well.
So if we are collectively, between the county and the library board, putting $360,000 in annually, it's not, well, great, we're making a contribution to the reserve, but it's coming directly from the taxpayers at that point in time to top this reserve back up, which is, I guess, the part I'm struggling with, that it's why it's here before us. It is the library reserve, it's for libraries, but we know that at budget time, we're going to have these requests put in front of us. Every single year that I've been here, we've had requests for the library funding, and it's not going to go towards any projects in particular. It's just going to be going to reserve contributions. I don't know if that's a question. That's just what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, so through the chair to the mayor, we do recommend certain capital works to the building envelope at various libraries, which are county-owned facilities, which we do pay for through that library reserve. And so we do recommend annual contributions to maintain those facilities, but there's also, they get used for other items within the library as well. I think I could be wrong, maybe Julie can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think it's for book purchases as well and certain library materials that come out of that reserve as well. So it's a bit of a mix of things that we use that reserve for. But we will work with the library staff to recommend appropriate levels of contribution to try and close that shortfall going forward.
It all comes out of the same pockets, right? Any other questions or comments, or could I get a mover of the staff recommendation? Councillor Huffman, a seconder. Councillor Very. Any discussion? So it's moved that council received report OPS 24-019 Waterford Branch Library retrofit and interior renovation budget amendment as information, that the Director of Facilities be authorized to execute a contract with PK Construction, Inc. for the tender OPS FAC 24-01 Waterford Branch Library in the amount of $1,033,049, excluding HST, and that the approved capital budget for the project 9131-801 exterior expansion Waterford Library be amended from $450,000 to $646,000 to accommodate the increase of $196,000, with funding to be provided from the development charge debt, and that the approved capital budget for project 913-2206 NCPL Waterford Branch retrofit be amended from $376,000 to $530,000 to accommodate the required increase, with funding to be provided from the library reserve of $229,000 and federal grants of $301,000. And further, that the approved capital budget for project 913-2204 Carpets Waterford Library Branch be amended from $75,000 to $55,000 as offsetting savings. Any comments? All in favor? That is carried. And thank you to Ms. Kent for the extra information here. Item 8.4.3, James Street Cemetery, Delhi, report OPS 24-017. Mr. Cridland, would you like to introduce the report?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief with this. Mr. Drobridge is the supervisor of cemeteries and the author of the report, and by far the expert here on the subject. I'll just turn it right over to Mr. Drobridge.
Thank you, GM Credland, and through you, Chair, to County Council. This concerns a property at 297 James Street in Delhi. Historic records indicate that a cemetery existed on this site back in the mid-1800s. It was closed in approximately 1920. All the monuments of which, some of which at least, can be found at the current Delhi Cemetery. The Bereavement Authority of Ontario investigators now believe that there are remains on site, and in respect to Council's time today, I'll just be brief. They are suggesting that they are requiring that the monuments be relocated back to the site, which in doing so would fall under the intent of provincial cemeteries legislation. In total, there are 21 monuments that would need to be relocated back to the site. They would probably likely some of them are illegible at this point in time, but I would strongly suspect they would include family names associated with the original founding families of the community. I think I would suggest that this might bring some closure to this matter and help preserve the remaining elements of Delhi's history in relation to the cemetery. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councillor Columbus.
No question, but I just would like to move the recommendation that's printed in the report, and I think it's the right thing to do to repatriate these 21 monuments to the original gravesite.
And is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Van Andrieschie. So it's been moved and seconded that council receive OPS-24-017 297 James Street Cemetery, Delhi as information, and that council direct staff to return to council with updates as appropriate as staff follow the Bereavement Authority of Ontario requirements concerning the repatriation of monuments and recognition of this site. Any more discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. The next item, 8.4.5, the request to review boating restrictions for Port Dover Beach, report OPS-24-022. Mr. Cridlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and unfortunately I have no one to hand this report off to, so I will handle this myself. I will try to be quick. I'll start with a little bit of history. As to the report, in 1989, the city of Nanticoke established a boating restriction area in the Port Dover Beach area. Further to that, in 2004, county staff at the time revisited that restriction, the boating restriction, and the area was actually increased in size and had more markers. I will note that in the past, both of these requests came from the public and were based on concerns for swimmers' safety. The staff have now received comments and requests from locals as well, and this time it is kind of twofold, the rationale. Swimmer safety is still a concern. We're hearing that with the buoys, I'll call them, for lack of better words, out the distance they are, some swimmers will swim out and they don't realize how quick the water, or how quick the land drops off and they're in deep water. Also, the boaters, and I think COVID had kind of speared this on, where there was no swimming, boaters were able to bring their boats in and anchor in front of the beach, and that way, and walk up and enjoy the beach, or just to have the boats there. And then further to that, if they can get to the beach, they can also enjoy all the amenities of the town Port Dover has to offer as far as restaurants. So with that, staff, it gets a little complicated here. Staff are asking council to authorize staff to, at this point, just to take the first step, and that is to fill out an application with Transport Canada, to have Transport Canada look at this request. And from conversation with Transport Canada, as long as there's no glaring red flags or reasons why we can't change this, they will then allow us to go to the further steps, which after that is preparing and submitting a formal request. But before we get there, staff at that point, we've listed a few points here. Public consultation is a big thing, and I know we did talk with some of the key stakeholders just to try to get a handle on this before we got things finalized with Transport Canada. So I just want to bring to council's attention that this report is just asking staff to take the next step, and we can keep council and involved in how this is moving through. Transport Canada has also informed us. We had thought it would be 225 if the changes went through. They're telling us it's more likely like 2026 now. It is a long process. And then if you get into steps 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the report, it talks about publication in the Canadian Gazette, and it just takes a life of its own. I should also back up here a little bit, I'm sorry. It's presently what we call a Schedule 1, and a Schedule 1 is all boats are restricted, all shape or forms in that area. What staff and talking to Transport Canada would like to do is, if we make it a Schedule 2, which Schedule 2 allows restricts all vessels except human-powered vessels, and I don't think that's clear in here. So that was another aspect where you could have paddleboards and kayaks within the restricted area. I wouldn't say now we don't have that, but according to the restriction, we're not supposed to have that. So that would also make this area a larger, broader recreation area. One other thing I do want the public to take note in council, staff did supply a map, and this is just a concept, a view for council to get an idea. What we're getting at is the request would be to have the swimming area brought in so it doesn't go out as far, so the swimmers don't get caught in the deeper water, and would also be reducing the size so we could get boats into anchor. But I don't want anybody to think that this is what's going to go forward. We have to go through all of these steps, and we just drew basically half the area to give a visual on what it would look like. I guess with that, before I turn over to Norfolk County Council for any questions, I believe in talking to Transport Canada, if council is not in interest of changing these restrictions, that this ends here. If council says go ahead to the next staff, that is one of the check boxes. Transport Canada needs to know that Norfolk County kind of becomes the holder of public safety in this aspect, because we did the initial application with the city of Nanticoke and then revised in 2004. So it does fall on us. So with that, I'll turn it over to County Council for any questions they may have.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Any questions for Mr. Cridland? Councillor Columbus.
I know a few years ago we had an issue in that area with Sea-Doos, gassing up in that. Is that still operating in that particular area, the Sea-Doo business?
Through Mr. Chair to the County Council, I don't believe so. I think that operation is no longer existing there.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions? There somebody willing to move the staff recommendation? Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Micheli. Any comments? So it's moved that Operations Staff Report 24-022 request to review boating restrictions Port Dover Beach received as information. Staff be authorized to take the necessary steps to review and, if supported by stakeholders, make a formal application to remove the Vessel Operation Restriction Regulation Schedule Number 1 designation from Port Dover Beach, and further that in consultation with Transport Canada, replace Schedule 1 designation with a Schedule 2 designation for the Port Dover Beach. Any comments? All in favor? That is carried. Next item on the agenda, 8.4.6, the Comprehensive Parking Study Staff Recommendations Report OPS-24-010. Mr. Cridland, you're on again.
Good afternoon. Parking-related issues and functions in the past were distributed amongst several departments with no real guidance or written policies to follow, and decisions were often made on an ad hoc basis. An internal parking group was established in the spring of 2021 to address the parking service gap. Staff continuously received numerous public requests for parking restriction changes, signage upgrades, and enforcement concerns in county-owned lots and on-street parking. To address these matters in a consistent and viable manner, staff recognized the need for a formal process with criteria to ensure sound traffic decisions are made across the county. The lack of policies and strategies results in inconsistency related to the application of parking requirements throughout the county, and the lack of process for addressing requests and bylaw amendments. The comprehensive parking study was proposed to close this gap and give the county a formal working document that would be used when making decisions on parking-related matters, establish policies, guidance for future parking programs, bylaw amendments, and formal corporate-wide parking strategy. Staff went out to market with a request for proposals, with Lee Consulting being awarded the project for the Norfolk County Comprehensive Parking Study. The study was presented to Council back in April of 2024. A resolution from that meeting was for staff to return with a future report on recommendations, and which is before you today. Listed in the report are the recommendations from staff with estimated timelines, as well as further in the report there is discussion as to our recommendations. One thing that we would like to highlight is parking enforcement. Parking enforcement occurs year-round, with more enforcement occurring during the peak parking season in the summer months in comparison to the off-peak period. The county employs 5 full-time bylaw officers that conduct reactive or complaint-driven parking enforcement. Bylaw officers dedicate most of their time to other regular bylaw investigations outside of parking enforcement. In the past, county hired 3 summer students, with 2024 seeing an additional summer student being hired to deal with paid parking enforcement. Lee Consulting examined the comparative municipalities with Norfolk County and recommends the following. Consider emerging technologies with respect to parking enforcement, such as license plate readers, to assist with enforcement year-round. And also establish a new dedicated parking enforcement officer position, either full or part-time, to assist with parking enforcement and turnover in commercial areas. This FTE request will be reviewed during 2025 budget deliberations with a business case to support it. With that said, staff's ready for any questions council may have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this item would be of great importance to the business community in the major urban centers. And I'm just wondering whether you had some communication with the Delhi Simcoe BIAs and the Port Dover Chamber of Commerce, or Board of Trade, I guess it is.
We did initially have consultations with all parties. Emails and requests were sent out to everyone. When it came to the actual recommendations that we're putting before you today, we have not had any consultation with them in regards to this, but majority of these recommendations did come out of the actual Lee report, which they were involved with.
Yeah, I didn't see this discussed in any way at the Delhi BIA meetings that I've attended, so that's why I was curious.
Councillor Brunton?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, Darnell, the question I have is Coburn Street, Yonge to Union. Is that for turnover?
So that recommendation is based off of how much commercial activity is on that stretch of roadway. So in comparison with any of the other downtown areas, that's the recommendations for turnover for customers that are attending any of those businesses along that stretch to be able to attend those facilities, which a lot of those facilities do not have their own parking. There are two major facilities, the Malo Dentistry building there for one, as well as the accountant. They have their own personal parking, but all the other businesses along that stretch of roadway rely on that on-street turnover of parking for their clients.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? If not, could we get a mover of the staff recommendation? Councillor Brunton. Second by Mayor Martin.
Sorry,
and since
no.
it's been driven by the clerk's department, I'm going to ask the clerk to read the actual motion here.
I actually had a question, Mr. Chair. Not
Oh, you have a question? Okay.
I apologize. I was short on the draw here. I just wanted to confirm through you to staff on the central business district areas that don't allow the parking overnight. Is that right, now that I say that? It's overnight parking not permitted in the central business district as per the maps attached, correct?
So the recommendation is for no parking in those areas during the winter months.
Okay, got it. So here's my question for you. A couple different questions. One, let me start with Port Dover. Oh, I apologize, my agenda is frozen. Here it comes. So as an example, in the Port Dover community on St. Andrew Street, and I'm looking for it. Okay, so it's Chapman Street. So those, on that side of the road, those people will no longer be permitted to park in front of their home. Same goes for and then, sorry, on the map as well, the red line shows in behind Main Street on the west side that it's running in behind the buildings, not on the actual road of St. George Street. And I always understood that the east side of the road was Central Business District and the west side was not. I just wanted to clarify if the map was correct, if there's something you're...
So the maps were supplied to us by ECDev. So
Oh, that
it
ECDev
is
team.
it is a base map that can be adjusted. We did want to present what the Central Business District was, but it can definitely be adjusted based on if it's, you know, if it is primarily residences on a stretch, it can be adjusted. The idea is to not have that overnight parking to accommodate for our winter operations, right, from 3 to 6, so that we can get into that downtown core, clean it up prior to visitors and clientele showing up and clogging up.
I get it, and I do want nice, clean roads, but this is our problem in a lot of these communities. The Central Business District spills over a block or two on either side into residential areas, so that's certainly the case in, you know, Port Dover. When we look the northeast corner of the map, like St. Andrews Street there, it juts out quite a bit down by Nelson. Well, there's residents on one side and the other side is a convenience store. Or if you go down Chapman Street in and around the Market Street East area, the same thing applies, especially in Port Rowan. There's another discrepancy on the map in Port Rowan. And it's okay, I understand what they're doing, it's the central business district, but I want to confirm that these maps are correct, because the way that this is presented, Bay Street is central business district, and this one almost it should be how the other maps are. The red line cuts down in behind, it crosses over Alley Street. That's not actually a road in there. That's just the backside of parking lots. That's in behind the grocery store. That's in behind the old ambulance and fire bay. So I just want to confirm before we pass this, should that red line be all the way over to the east side of Ellis Street? And then if so, does that mean that those cars cannot park in front of their homes? Because that's a bit of a stretch for the central business district.
Through the chair to the mayor, yeah, that's a very good question. I guess I didn't have a great look at the map when the consultant had mentioned the central business area. I didn't realize that the lines were there. I'm not sure how to handle this, because we do also have our winter control snow removal, which do mimic these. So obviously, in that case, I can tell you Bay Street is in Port Rowan. It is Bay Street, and I believe it's College or Alley and Church. We go a little bit on that, but it is not to the back. But we do the parking lot. So
Yeah.
I hear you. I'm just not sure here in this meeting how we can
Madam Mayor,
fix that up.
is it possible to amend the motion that we accept the concept of no parking for winter control, with the mapping to be confirmed through discussions with operations bylaw and ECDEV, and then come back to us
No.
with the exact mapping at some point later on?
If they come back with the mapping, yes. If we're
Yeah.
leaving it up to them, no, because I don't want to deal with the calls when people are being ticketed for parking in front of their homes in certain months and we didn't put the communications
Or we
out
could,
properly. If the
we
map's
could-
coming back, yes.
Push the envelope and have it back by council next week. And,
We can definitely bring
but
that back to
let's-
council with slimmer
Yeah.
lines showing just the roads and clarifying that.
And just for further direction, then is it, because again, in Port Dover, the example, it's the east side of St. George Street that I have always understood was inside the central business district, and the west side of the road is not. And so then are we putting up no parking signs on one side of the road and not the other? So I'm not saying that I necessarily have a preference on that. I just staff develop a position from central business district and not. And then I know that this might be a lot of work for next week, but even if you need a bit more time, I would be okay with that personally, to take a look at the maps and make sure if it's St. Andrew Street and it's around residential homes, I don't know if it's necessary, but if it's on St. George Street and it's down by the Erie Beach, well, maybe it is. So using some judgment on that, but thank you.
So we'd be happy with approving the recommendation and then direction to staff to provide an updated map for a council meeting next week before final approval. Councillor Michelle, you got a comment on this situation or a different question?
Well, yes, I do, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just wanted to add to Mayor Martin's concern about Port Rowan. I think that pretty much the bulk of that map does not line up with a street. And I definitely think we need to have some accurate mapping so we know exactly where this area is going to be. So I will look forward to that. I am just curious if a 1 week period is enough time for staff to do that.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, I believe we can, because I think we will just use this base map, because there's spots in here that we don't do snow removal on, so I think we just can tighten that up and lay it out to our snow removal plan, and that should help on both aspects. We get the clean streets, staff can get in, and we're keeping inside our snow clearing policy. So I think we can have it back here for next week.
So, Mayor Martin, you good to second the motion then, accepting that staff are going to bring back a map by council?
Unfortunately,
And
no.
We'll pull it, no?
No, because I don't know what their map is going, is it going to include residential areas? And once I want to see the map first. So no, I'm not the seconder.
So then I'm still looking for a seconder for the second to a motion that was presented, the staff recommendation. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want the entire report referred back to staff to next week? Well, he hasn't got a seconder yet, so he doesn't even have to withdraw it yet, but no seconder for the staff recommendation. Then the floor is open. Councillor Berry.
Yeah, thank you. Before we move anything, I'd like to ask if I can include something in this list of recommendations, actually, since it's open for parking right now.
Well, you can't really include something until it's on the floor, so that's why
Right,
we
okay,
need...
then I will, okay. How do I do this then? Basically what I want to do is add 2-hour parking in the parts of Dover that have it already on Sundays. It's only there from Monday to Saturday. So I don't want to make that a separate motion, but I want to include that in whatever motion we get. So what do I do?
Yeah, if we get a motion on the floor, then you can put that forth as an amendment to that motion, right?
Okay.
Give direction to staff.
All right, I'm going to move that separately since everyone's kind of looking at me now. So can we just give direction to staff to look into adding that Sunday 2-hour parking? Because no one else
Or
is doing
the
it.
other option is to just refer it back to staff, to, you know, add those other options to it. That would be the direction to staff and the reason for it to be referred back to them, so. Councillor Columbus, you have a question, comment?
My question is where, this is quite vast area here, and there was no communication with the BIAs that I understand. Where are the residents that live in the urban parts of the business area? Where are they expected to park their vehicles? It's a huge question. And those of us that represent an urban center are going to get a lot of phone calls.
Yeah, I think there's some comments from the consultant on, you know, we don't require parking spaces in those downtown cores, and maybe that was not a good idea 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. But any comment from staff on that, or?
Through the chair, only maybe echo your comments that you are correct. When the consultant looks at this, they are looking at Norfolk as well as they do many studies across Ontario, and parking in your downtown core for winter control is something that doesn't happen. So it was obviously one of their recommendations. And I think maybe staff, when we look at this map, we can get an idea on just how many residents may be involved. Because as of right now, the way the maps come forward, I can't, and the properties, I don't think it's going to change anything, because if we go back to our operational maps where we actually do snow removal, I guess they are parking there, but every year we remove snow there, so somehow those cars aren't there when the snow needs to be removed. So I think we just need to go back and look at the map. I don't have a solid answer for that, but I don't think it's going to impact a large number of residents that already are aware that when the snow plows or the loaders move in at 3 in the morning, that their cars can't be there.
So do I have anyone willing to make a motion to refer this report back to staff? Councillor Van Andriessen, Mayor Martin seconds. Now, what comments specifically do we want some more detail on from staff? Mayor Martin wants the mapping. Councillor Very, the 2-hour parking limit on Sunday, that's another thing that we want staff to look at. Councillor Brunton.
I may speak to the motion?
Yeah.
Just to clarify something, I noticed in there the CBD is different than the downtown business districts for all 4 urban areas, if you look at the motion. Are you telling me that you collect snow from the CBD? Is that what you're saying? For overnight parking? That's marked out in red?
Through the chair, I would need our operational maps in front of me to answer that question, but I know where you're going, because I think the CBD is a larger area.
Yes.
that we actually do snow removal from. And I guess what I'm wrapping through my head is that we need to change those maps because this will represent a much smaller area than what is in front of council here today. So
I think that's the point Mayor Martin was trying to make,
Exactly.
that the planning department defined the central business district. That doesn't necessarily line up where the operations snowplow routes want to line up with that. And when you have a situation like St. George Street where the line is the center of the road, does that mean you don't do it at all, or you do both sides of the road? So that's the clarification that the mayor is looking for, that the bill will hopefully provide between discussion with all those departments. Any other comments, things that you want staff to look at before they bring it back? If not, that would save the clerk from having to read it. So, Councillor Columbus.
What about consulting a little more with the BIAs?
If you want to make that request,
I mean,
a bit more
that probably can't be done by next week, but
well, that would,
if it's
I
deferred
suppose,
for a month, that's to me that's
when
okay
they
too.
bring back those little details, we
Right.
could then ask them to do some consultation, still not accept it and finalize it, but.
Yep, good.
So a motion to refer it back to staff, moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Went a lot better than I thought. Next item, over to corporate services. So, Mr. Cridlin, new question.
Sorry, hope I don't complicate this more. I think we do have some time because Darnell has just pointed out to me that recommendation, staff had said, well, we don't anticipate completion until 2/25, so it wouldn't be until the fall, or October, November of 2025. So we do have time in this. So I think we can play count. We'll bring the maps back next week, and then any consulting we need to do with BAs, Board of Trade. I mean, there were public meetings. Lee did reach out to them, but I can't say what went on, but we have time in this because his recommendation is still a year away before we were going to put it into place.
And I think it is a lot easier for the public to criticize something on paper rather than the idea. So once you bring that mapping forth, you'll get a lot more complaints than just thinking about it. So I think we can move forward, then we'll deal with some mapping by the next week, and then go back to the public on that draft. So we're going to move on to corporate services. We have the summary bid awards for the period ending May 21st, 2024. Report CS 24077. Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee, report CS 24-077 is the monthly summary of bid awards. There's one bid on this month's report. It is here for council's award as the total cost of the contract is over the delegated authority threshold of $250,000, and it is anticipated that this contract will be financed through debt. If there are any questions about the procurement process, I'd be happy to answer, and if there are questions about the project, I will refer them to my colleagues in EIS. Thank you.
Brunton.
I'll move the report.
Seconder, Councillor Very. That staff report CS 24-077, summary bid awards for the period ending May 21st, 2024, be received as information, and that the Director of Engineering be authorized to execute a contract with Neil Montague Construction Limited for request to tender EIS-ENG 24-04 hydraulic drain construction in the amount of $351,580, excluding HST. Any questions or comments? All in favor? That is carried. Staff report CS 24-081. The Engage Norfolk Platform Single Source Procurement. Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee, and I note that our Director of Corporate Communications and Customer Service, Ms. McCurdy, is online to assist with any questions. Report CS 24-081 is a request for a single source procurement to continue the county's contract with the Granicus Bang the Table Engagement HQ platform. This is the platform that is used for Engage Norfolk. The county has been using this platform for public engagement since 2021, the details of which are listed on page 2 of the staff report. The corporate communications team acts as the lead for public engagement, working with the county's divisions and departments to plan, develop, launch, and monitor their public engagement activities. The purchasing team has been consulted on this request for a single source procurement, and I can confirm that there is adequate funding within the corporate communications budget to cover this expense. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Heidi. Any questions for any of the staff? Seeing none, Councillor Duthie moves, seconded by Councillor Columbus. That staff report CS 21-81 be received as information, and that council authorize a single source supply as outlined in Norfolk County Purchasing Policy CS-02 section 4.8.4 with Granite Bang the Table Engagement HQ platform for a 2-year term with 3 one-year optional extensions to continue to provide online community engagement services as identified in the report. And further, that the Director of Corporate Customer Service and Communications be authorized to enter into an agreement for the continued licenses and services of the platform for an annual fee of $17,120, excluding HST. Any comments? All in favor? That is carried. Norfolk County Customer Experience Strategy and Action Plan Report CS 24-083. Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, Ms. McCurdy is on the line to assist with questions. Report CS 24-083 is before you to obtain council approval of the Customer Experience Strategy and Action Plan, as was recently presented to council by our consultants, the Experience Advisors. Staff are very excited to present this report and the attached strategy, which we are confident will provide us a roadmap to building a strong culture of customer service excellence. The strategy contains 19 key recommendations within the 3 pillars of people, process, and technology. The specifics were provided during the consultant's presentation and are outlined in the staff report. There are 2 recommendations that I wish to highlight for council. The first is the consultant's recommendation for a centralized customer service location, which, as noted in the report, would mean the eventual closure of the Service Norfolk customer service counter in Delhi. I want to be clear that staff are not recommending the closure at this time. Staff will continue to track the customer service usage in both the Simcoe and Delhi locations, and this will become part of the annual customer service key performance indicator, or KPI, reports that are brought forward to council. Secondly, council will see in the staff report, and as was presented by the consultant, that the strategy recommends a permanent full-time customer experience coordinator be hired to lead the implementation, ongoing activities, and reporting that is associated with the customer experience strategy and action plan. Staff agree with the consultant's recommendation that a dedicated resource is required to move the needle in creating and maintaining a culture of customer service excellence, where our customers experience a timely, positive, and helpful interaction with the county every single time. On page 6 of the staff report, council will see the immediate key priorities of a customer experience coordinator, including the development and delivery of staff training, the identification and reporting on KPIs, the design of processes for customer feedback, complaints and service escalations, the development of service level agreements between operating departments, and continued growth of the customer relationship management, or CRM, software. The development, monitoring, and growth of a culture of customer service and customer experience excellence is continuous and ongoing, which is why a permanent rather than a temporary resource has been recommended by the consultant and endorsed by corporate services. Staff recognize that we are mid-budget year and that this resource has not been allocated in the 2024 operating budget. For this reason, the recommendation within this report is for the Customer Experience Coordinator position to be referred to the 2025 budget as a new budget initiative. Without a dedicated Customer Experience Coordinator, corporate services will review existing resources and identify the level of action that can be taken on the key customer experience strategies for the remainder of 2024. As I noted in my introduction, we are very excited to see the completion of the strategy and action plan and look forward to continuing to work on the implementation to meet and exceed our customers' expectations of service and fulfill this corporate strategic priority. With that, Mr. Chair, I would be pleased to take any questions.
Thank you, Heidi. I'm not used to seeing you so excited about some report here. So. Any questions for the staff? Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chairman, when I read this report, I was very disheartened to see that there's potential closure of the Delhi office. How many days a week is that office open?
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Columbus, the Delhi location is open 3 days a week.
Right, so if it was open 5 days a week, would it not be busier? And it's only been in operation for 1 year, I think, maybe not even that, as a 3-day-a-week operation. So, you know, where are we at? Like here, the West End residents are going to be shortchanged again.
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Columbus, again, I want to reiterate that staff are not recommending the closure of the Delhi location. The consultant, that would be an outcome if council were to move forward with the consultant's recommendation to have one centralized location for customer service. I do have some in-person customer service statistics that I can share with council. In 2023, we had 4,858 in-person interactions at our Simcoe location. 784 in-person interactions in Delhi, 28 in-person interactions in Port Rowan at the pop-up when it was open, and 81 at the pop-up in Langton when it was open. To date in 2024, at our our Simcoe locations, either at the Robinson building or since we have moved to the county admin building, there have been a combined 2,958 locations, and I would note that 1,110 of those locations have been here at the county admin building since the administration building has been reopened, and there have been 446 in-person locations in-person interactions in Delhi. So again, just to reiterate, Mr. Chair, that that recommendation, staff are not making that recommendation at that time, and that should staff wish to have council consider that, that would be part of a follow-up report for council's consideration.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could continue. So 784 in Delhi, 4858 in Simcoe. So the Delhi operation was operating at 3 days, but Simcoe was operating on 5 days, right? Right. So you got to take all that into consideration. And, you know, it's not everything has to go around Simcoe. There's other parts of the community of Norfolk that need attention. Thank you.
I've got to ask the question, is that because we're accepting the report and all that, and this is the plan, should part of that plan be to look at the option of opening Delhi for the 5 days a week? You know, this is the implementation after a consultant's report, and just because he's a consultant doesn't mean they're right, but they recommend everything in one place and all the powers in one place, but that's not what we are. That's not how we work. So is there any appetite from council to have staff look at that option and cost it out and do that as part of the staffing and new budget initiative to be presented with in January 2025?
I think, Mr. Chairman, you're correct. I think it should be looked at 5 days because people, when we shut that place down in Delhi with service desk, you know, they ended up gravitating elsewhere. But if it's open 5 days a week and there's a signage out there on the street that it's open 5 days a week, I know there is one, but people don't really notice it sometimes where it's located, then I think people would use it more.
So is that something that staff can put into the new budget initiative package for the budget cycle?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if it's a direction of council for staff to consider a full-time operation at Delhi to provide in-person customer service, you can provide that direction today. We can cost that out and bring that back during the 2025 budget deliberations for council's consideration at that time.
Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this report were adopted, that I can tell me, or somebody tell me, I guess, what would it cost us to hire a full-time person? All in, what would that cost us roughly? Somebody give me an idea. Amy?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. If the question is, what would it cost us to hire one full-time individual to staff or man a desk at Delhi?
Customer service, the report. According to the existing report in front of us.
Yeah, we could look at what the salary grade is if you give us a couple of minutes, and we can give you a range of what we would hire someone on that position.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Van Passen. This isn't normally my shtick, but I really feel like I need to rain on this parade. I think what jumped out at me the most, and I highlighted it in red, is where it has consultations. And this report was written in consultation with the General Manager of Corporate Services. So there's a General Manager of Corporate Services, a Director of Corporate Customer Service and Communications, a Supervisor of Service Norfolk, a Manager of the Financial Planning and Reporting, Treasurer/Director Financial Management, and a Planning Director, Human Resources, and the Senior Leadership Team. With those people in our bullpen, if we can't be providing better customer service in Norfolk County, one full-time person is not going to make a difference. So I will not be supporting an MBI come forward for the 2025 budget. The one thing that I clearly do think, because this would make a big difference in the life of a counselor, would be expanding the 311 capabilities. That would make a big difference, because there isn't much I can do when someone messages me on a Sunday night saying their driveway's flooding or something like that. So we need to have somewhere to go. So anyways, I'm extremely disappointed. We need to just be doing a better job of customer service. There's a few things to look at. There's a few things in the consultation, but I would certainly never support a full-time position going forward.
Okay, I have Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I have grave difficulty in this. I too cannot support it. It's unusual that when you're in customer service, and we've had them for years, people at the front desk, if you can't be respectful, kind, answer the questions to the best of your ability, and smile, then I don't know what you're capable of. Because it isn't a training session. It's just being kind at the desk and answering questions and going where you have to go. I can't see hiring a person that's going to train people to do that. Now I'll move on to the section of, we live in the West End. We're close to Tillsonburg. I've got people that are complaining all the time. We come to Delhi and the darn thing is closed for us. We can't even get in the door. Not everybody knows it's the 3-day or whatever. People come to pay their taxes or do what they have to do. For God's sakes, have Delhi open. At least the West End can get there. I've had individuals call me and complain they went in on a certain day to pay their taxes because it was the last day. Well, we can't do it, so they send them to the bank. Like, that's not fair. You're not treating people right. I gave up the drop-off one in Langton with the anticipation that Delhi would be open. So I'm very disappointed. I'm very upset. But the West End has to be recognized as well. And if you have to train kindness and a smile to people, I don't know where we're going here.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have similar thoughts to that of Councillor Huffman. I've said this before, and it won't be a surprise. I really struggle with adding FTEs. And I think especially right now is not the time to be doing that. We have a crunch in so many other areas of our corporation. We also, I just want to maybe note, we have examples of really amazing customer service at the same time. I read an email from our supervisor of planning. I didn't know how to help this individual. I connected him with the supervisor of planning, who immediately sent a note to this person, to which the resident replied and said, "Hey, thanks for connecting me with the right person," so appreciated that. But the planner wrote this wonderful note, and I don't expect this with every situation, but it was factual, it was detailed, and it was optimistic of what the future is. And I think we have examples of really great customer service. Let's steal some of those and let's train the people accordingly so that we can help people a little bit better. I guess my question to staff within those comments is, I don't necessarily take the side of the desk approach as being the only way that we could handle this without the designated staffing resources. So I guess my question would be, what other sort of scenarios have you looked at in terms of being able to deliver the strategy without the designated resource?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Duthie, and when we look at the implementation of the strategy, we're going to need to be looking at county-wide. So I certainly appreciate and respect the feedback that is coming from council, and I 100% agree that it is absolutely vital that every one of our interactions is friendly and kind. And that is not just at the Service Norfolk desk, but with every interaction with every county staff. So certainly, I think what we would need to do is to determine how we move forward with a whole of county approach to customer service excellence without a dedicated resource to coordinate that. And whether that is certainly corporate services has a leadership role to play in that. And that's where the report has indicated that I have committed to going back and looking at our corporate services resources on how to lead that. This project had a staff technical team of staff across the whole corporation, and I think the implementation would need a technical team from staff across the corporation as well, to ensure that we're closing the gaps across the corporation.
I got Councillor Michelli, then Councillor Columbus, then Councillor Very. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up maybe on Councillor Van Dries's comments about Delhi. Also, I just have received information from some constituents that what happens is I think the center is open Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Somebody goes there on Tuesday. They're frustrated. I know it's posted, it's advertised, but they go on Tuesday, they get frustrated, they drive all the way to Simcoe, and from then on, they're kind of finished with Delhi. No point in taking chances. I'm going to Simcoe, which they don't like. Okay, that's one thing. Also, Mr. Chair, I'm not trying to add to the downpour of rain that Councillor Huffman maybe began, but if I could get a guarantee or some kind of assurance that hiring this position would totally transform our customer service, I would support it. But unless I can, it's going to be tough to support.
Councillor Columbus.
Just a question. Do we have a very high staff turnover rate in the Service Norfolk? Like a lot of times, the people on there, they've got to look stuff up because they're maybe new. So I'm just wondering, do we have a high staff turnover?
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Columbus, I would say that when Service Norfolk was first started, there was some turnover. I think we have a pretty consistent team now. I think it's important to remember that with any of our frontline positions, there is going to be turnover as people grow within the corporation.
So you don't have any stats on it then, like?
Mr. Chair, not off the top of my fingertips, I do not, but certainly I can bring that back.
Councillor Very.
Thanks, Chair. I am going to add to the rain because Kim's right. I think, the customer service thing, I haven't been around as long as some of you, but you hear it all the time. And to me, so many other businesses have made this a priority, and I cannot believe that a municipality, we can't get it figured out. Like the kids at Tim Hortons can do it, and we have people, all kinds of different industries that say, customer service is part of the job. And if you can't do the job, we'll find someone that will do the job. And so, I feel like so often we just keep, we can't do that because we have to figure the thing and then we have to try this way. No, this is the job. This is the job. So I guess I don't really feel like investing another FTE in this when, again, as Councillor Duthie said, we could use staff everywhere. I'd rather hire another planner or anything really than to keep accommodating staff that just won't get the message. So that's where I'm at with this, is that I'm at the point where we should be able to expect as much from our professional staff at Norfolk County as the people that hire students to work at the Arbor and the cheese shop and the Tim Hortons. They can get out of the high school students that are home for the summer. They can figure it out. Why can't we? And I guess that's where I'm at with this.
Now, I'll go to Mayor Martin, but is this any questions on the report? And if we're done with questions, then we can move on to some options to deal with it. But questions for staff, Mayor Martin, or?
No, I'm happy to just receive it as information, and then I'd like to make some comments as well.
Okay, Councillor Brunton has a question.
Yes, I asked a question earlier. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just want to know what a position like this would cost us all in. I'm not saying we have to hire somebody. I'd just like to know what it might cost us if we went that route. Ballpark figure, that's all I need.
Ms. Fanning probably has some rough numbers on what an entry-level position as opposed to a senior-level position as opposed to a supervisor or a director or a manager, or how many did Councillor Huffman list off of different categories? But Ms. Fanning, have you got any general sort of numbers we could throw out?
Through the chairs, Councillor Brunton, so my understanding was that you were asking about the FTE, the potential FTE that was referenced in the opening presentation. Yeah. So preliminary estimate would be around $100,000 all in, give or take, and then that would change depending on, when a full job description was actually written and HR rated it, that could change, but preliminary around $100,000 for that coordinator position mentioned in the report.
So is it safe to say if we increase Delhi, there's going to be a portion of that 3 days a week? Is that possibly what we're looking at? Thank you. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Brunton, adding additional days a week in Delhi would be a separate cost. We, with the existing Service Norfolk complement that we have now, we could not open Delhi 5 days a week. So if we were to come back with an NBI, we would have it in two parts. One for the customer experience coordinator and one for the additional frontline Service Norfolk staff to have Delhi open 5 days a week.
If I could make a little comment, even though I'm not supposed to, but I almost wonder, I think like the mayor, whether this report's a long time coming, but just the current situation we're in, we, through one reason or another, had to move out of RAB, move staff to a different place. Now we're moving them back, have reopened CAB here. I think we're in flux right now in the first place. It's just not, the timing is not right to implement this new strategy until we get a few other things straightened around, and I think we're still reviewing our overall requirements and where our office space needs to be. So again, like maybe we received the report as information, but give it a month or two before we're going to act on anything to try to figure out where it is we want people and how many we need. And I think it's been pointed out that to hire a new staff to implement this new strategy, I don't think if you tell me you want to hire more staff that are actually going to sit at the counter and smile and help people, I can understand that. But to hire a more senior staff to help implement a strategy, no, I'm just not quite there. But I'll be quiet again. Councillor Van Andrieschie, any comments, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a point. How many people do we have with Service Norfolk?
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Van Andrieschie, between the front counter service and the staff who work the call center, there are 9 Service Norfolk agents.
Nine service agents. Now, I don't know, but if you open Delhi and you really take pressure off of Simcoe, 2 people go to Delhi and leave the 7 here, you don't need to hire anyone else. And anyone at the desk there or work in Delhi could also be cross-trained to be able to answer someone's questions or take a check at the counter. People can be cross-trained all the time. So if you take pressure off of one, you move staff over there. You're not hiring anymore.
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Van Andrieschie, certainly I can take it back to our Service Norfolk staff and we can take a look at our resources and what resource requirements would be required to have 5 days a week counter staff in Simcoe, 5 days a week counter staff in Delhi, and adequate resources for our other service channels like the phone, email, and the portal as well.
Yeah,
thank you.
I think, well, I'll let our CAO speak to it, but I think staff have logged the point that this council would like to have a bit more information on what it would take to reopen Delhi service counter for 5 days a week. So, Mr. Meneses, would you like to comment on that?
I'd like to comment. I think we're going a little bit off track here. The report in front of you today talks about a customer experience strategy. It isn't focused specifically on Service Norfolk, which I think we seem to be sort of deep diving into. The intent here was for us to continue our efforts to change our entire corporate culture to be more customer service oriented. And yes, Service Norfolk is part of that solution, but we seem to be drilling down just on Service Norfolk. So I just want to make it clear that this report is intended to be a customer experience. And that is, I think we touched on this a little bit earlier, every interaction with a county staff, regardless of whether it's through Service Norfolk, whether it's with a GM, whether it's with whoever it is, has to be a positive one. And that's part of what we're striving for, and that's part of what the recommendations are. And so just to be clear, the Service Norfolk component is a very tiny component of our customer experience strategy. And I understand the need, and I think we've heard loud and clear, we'll come back with something during the budget process to talk about what it would take to improve the amount of hours that Service Norfolk currently offers in Delhi or on the West End. But I'm just fearful that we're drilling down in one section of our customer experience and our customer service strategy, and it's just one aspect of what we do.
Madam Mayor, could I suggest the following motion, that we receive the report as information, and further that we direct staff to proceed with the creation of a business case for the implementation of the customer experience strategy and action plan to be considered as a new budget initiative during the 2025 levy-supported operating budget.
I tried to move that about 5 minutes ago and I asked to speak to it, so I would still like to speak to it. Do you want a seconder first, or can I go?
No, if that you're happy to speak to it, or
yep.
I think Mr. Meneses has cleared up the fact that staff have noted what we are looking for, but
well, that's nice.
Still need a motion
I waited
to debate.
while everyone else spoke, and I put a motion on the floor and waited to come back, so I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I would like to echo a lot of this, or I won't echo a lot of the same things that my colleague said, but some staff know that I recently visited a DLT meeting this week, and I guess I maybe should have gone a little bit harder on the customer service, hearing my colleagues what they have to speak, because council, I went to a staff meeting and I spoke about this exact thing, that from my experience, we were done talking about customer service. We had made it very clear to our staff the direction we wanted to go, and while they come to work day in and day out, we are halfway through a term and haven't moved the needle in a direction on customer service that I believed was where we want to be. I do want to take an opportunity to give a shout out to the 9 staff members that work on the front lines in customer service, because they are kind, they are courteous, they are pleasant, they are trying to help people up the elevator that doesn't always work and greet people at the door. They're doing a great job. Where I see the gap and why I won't be supporting an FTE this down the road at budget is through all the other staff that we have. When customer service just isn't about being kind and courteous and needing to train people to be polite. It's about responding to emails in a timely manner. It's about returning phone calls in a timely manner. And when you do that, it's sharing the information that was asked of you, not something else or half of it or part of it. It's our response times and the way we respond. And so until we get an entire corporation on board, I won't be adding to the tax levy to supplement a department that people outside of the department still haven't figured out what customer service is. So, but I do want to take an opportunity, and I won't center out any departments like I did at the DLT team, but we have a couple of really sharp departments who have picked up their bootstraps and really been excellent with customer service. And so I encouraged all of our staff members to go back to their team and encourage them to do more and be better, and take a page out of a couple other staff members who are really excelling in this department from that perspective. But I won't be supporting a new FTE now or at budget time.
So does it work as a motion to receive this information and have direct staff to bring the business case to implement the entire strategy, not specifically an FTE, but the business case for the whole strategy? Councillor Duthie, you second it? Any more discussion on it? Has the clerk got the wording? Okay. No more discussion. All in favor? That is carried. Oh, Revenue Services User Fee Review, CS-24-008. And Mr. Fleming is here to introduce this report.
Through the chair, I'm gonna take the lead on this one a little bit, but I will have Mr. Fleming help me out with any questions if I get stuck. So thank you, and through the chair to council. This report is the result of a review that staff have undertaken of Norfolk's existing practices in the revenue services area, our current user fee bylaw, and a review of other municipalities' user fees as well. Staff are proposing 4 new user fees for council's consideration, where we note that administration time to process these services is higher than the typical service level for most of our other transactions. So the first user fee that we're proposing is a post-dated check handling fee. There are several manual steps involved in processing these payments, as checks must be received, filed, stored, and then pulled at the appropriate time and then input into our system. Other concerns with this method of payment include that there are no receipts provided and that there's more potential for error because they're handled manually a number of occasions. So what we're proposing is a $20 per check user fee. The second user fee that we're proposing is a reminder notice fee. Reminder notices are issued to the primary property owners in June and November for balances of $10 or more, and again in January regardless of the balance outstanding. Staff are proposing a fee of $5 per notice to recover the costs associated with providing this service. This one is a common fee at other municipalities, and fees range from $5 up to $30. The third fee that we're proposing is a mortgage company payment fee. So this method of payment, though convenient for property owners, can be time-consuming for Norfolk staff. This involves communication back and forth with mortgage companies to maintain roll information, and then receiving and inputting payment either electronically or manually, depending on how payment is received. For this fee, staff are proposing a fee of $2.50 per payment. and this one's also fairly common at other municipalities. The fourth fee that we're proposing for consideration today is a Section 357 or 358 application fee. When a designated event occurs between the creation of our annual assessment rolls, which could be a demolition or a change in use of a property, the owner of the impacted property can complete an application to have the change in assessment value updated for the current year in advance of the roll returned for the subsequent year. This is a time-consuming process that involves many steps. It's not a common fee at other municipalities, and for the ones that we could find, they are charging well below the full cost recovery amount. What staff are proposing is a fee of $80 per application, which would be full cost recovery on that fee. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have as we take a look at these.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. People are struggling with affordability, even those that are in their homes and have to pay property taxes. To me, it's totally unfair if I have someone that's on a pension, and I have to say to them, who are being very diligent by coming in with their checks, and they're coming in with their post-dated checks, and to say to that person, to that senior, or to anyone struggling, I'd like to slap on another $20 to you because it takes that long to go from there to there. To me, I think it's an inappropriate time to do this. Any of them seem to me to be, I mean, these people, and the number one, the post-dated checks, those people are already trying to pay, so they're here with a check to pay. So I'm totally against that one. The reminder fee, well, they haven't paid. You want to remind them to pay. That's another thing. And as far as the mortgages as well, for that one, those are families that are trying to incorporate every of their payment into one, and that's why they have to do this the way it's worked out at the mortgage. So I'm not in favor of this because times are tough. People are having enough trouble. $20 goes a long way on your food budget if you have to, and these seniors and many of us want to make sure our checks are in there, and that's why we do it. So I won't be supporting this. Thanks.
Councillor Columbus.
I agree with Councillor Van Andrieschie. I've had cases where people have had to make some real tough choices, you know. The water bill's expensive, taxes are going up. We just spent an hour or so earlier in the meeting talking about the homeless situation. One lady told me the other day that she just can't afford to live anymore. And I could see that she was living very meagerly on her senior pension. So I too cannot really support this $20, particularly the $20 per check. And I just don't think it's right at all.
Councillor Michelli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, going on with Councillor Van Andrieschie and Columbus, the post-dated check handling fee seems counterintuitive to me. You want to pay your taxes ahead of time, but we're going to charge you. I just think that's unfair.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I'm missing something here, but I'm looking at I do sympathize with the people that pay their taxes on time early with a check, but my concern is the way I read this report is there's people that are in arrears that are, I assume, post-dating a check for a certain date that they think they might have the money or whatever the reason may be. Am I correct on that? So they post-date a check a month from some date, and then does that fee, if they do post that check and you want to charge them $20, does that go on their tax bill if they don't pay their tax bill?
Through the chair to council. So I can't speak to every resident's cash flow and how they operate post-dated checks, but I would say that from our experience, the vast majority of people are bringing those checks in just so that they know that that payment's coming out at a certain date because they're just preparing ahead to make sure that those checks are in with our office. It's not that they're, you know, trying to make sure that the money will be there. They're aware that it's there. That's just how they prefer to pay. What we're finding as a staff is that it's quite time consuming to handle them. And so we'd rather people utilize, you know, online payments or PAP payments or bringing the checks into the office at the due date or something along those lines. But certainly can appreciate that, you know, another $20 per check fee is a lot for a lot of people. And want to bring the fee forward for council's consideration, but, don't want to do anything that would give residents a negative impression either.
So the arrears people, though, they're already, 1.25% per month if they're a month or two late? I'm not sure what your rate is. Am I right? So
Through the chair to council, yes, they're charging interest, or they're charged interest on arrears past a certain date, but then we also send reminder notices to those people to remind them to pay. Through the year, on balance, it's over $10, so that's why we're suggesting that a fee be attached to the reminder notice for those that haven't paid.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could just echo a little bit of those same comments, I think we've had this discussion when the idea of adding these fees came up, that, for over 35 years, I get my tax bills in the mail, and when I have them all, I add them up, and I write one check for the first due date, a second check for the second due date, I stuff it all in an envelope, and I mail it back, and it's done. Now, if you're going to charge me $20 to do that, and the only extra step I see in bringing that and paying it at the counter and having a post-dated check is I have to take it off the desk and put it in this box to open it later, because all the other steps are the same. And, my other option, I can come in at $4.25 on the last day when the bills are due with a wad of cash and count that out in front of the staff and hand it to them and see which one costs more money, taking a post-dated check or having a staff count the cash, right? I just don't think it's right. I think it's you're trying to engineer alternate methods and get them to pay them online and all that. I understand all that, but I'm like Councillor Columbus and Councillor Michelli and Councillor Vanderdriest. I just don't think it's right time to implement something like that. Let me mail you the two checks, one's a month ahead of time and another one's 4 months ahead of time, and pull it out the day later. But Councillor Very.
Thanks, Chair, through to Amy there. How do you arrive at these numbers? The fee, why $5, not 10 or whatever?
Through the chair to council. So for all of our user fees, we have a model that we use. So we input the amount of staff time and any resources required, like any postage or materials or anything like that that's required to provide the service. And then we calculate a cost at the bottom. And so what we're recommending is a full cost recovery on those options.
Okay, so thank you. That makes sense. So, the reminder notice fee, I'm looking at that one as one that, if there was a race between all these options and the one that I'd pick to win, it would be the reminder notice fee, because that's a penalty on, they've already had a chance to pay and they've chosen not to. Can we increase that one? Is that, if we want to look to generate some revenue here, make it $10, it's still pretty nominal. It's only because they failed to pay, and it's going to replace the revenue, more or less, of that post-dated check fee that everyone seems to hate.
Through the chair to council, yes, that's correct. Council has the option to do that. And based on the municipal comparators that we looked at, the fees range from $5 up to $30 for reminder notices.
Okay, so I guess we're not at motion stage yet, but when the time comes, I'd like to consider putting that one up a little bit, because again, that's an opportunity they've already had to make their payment. They've chosen not to. If we're taking the time to remind them again, let's make it more.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Van Passen. I just want to say that it's just as a prudent reminder as to our discussion earlier today from 12 till 1. And I just want to say that it's expensive to be poor. You get higher interest rates, you get your late fees and things like that. I think it's one thing to say that you choose not to pay something. It's a totally different ballgame when you cannot pay something. So just a reminder about that.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just with regard to this check thing, and I still on principle think it's not the appropriate thing to do, but Amy, can you give me a ballpark figure about how many people are currently paying their taxes by check rather than credit card or automatic withdrawal?
I'm going to look at Mr. Fleming because I bet he has that on the top of his head.
Yeah, through the chair. So annually we receive about 3,500 post-dated checks. We have 4 installments a year, so that would be about 750-ish individuals. Just for context, about 33% of all of our payments are from PAP programs, which is obviously very similar to post-dated checks, and save the cost of a check, actually, for the resident. We process, on the tax side, close to 200,000 payments a year. So obviously a very small component of our overall payments are actually post-dated checks, but as the report indicates, they do represent a fairly large chunk of our processing time.
Okay, if there's no more questions, is anybody prepared to put forth a motion, either the staff recommendation or an alternative? Councillor Berry?
Yeah, I'll move that we, accept the fees. I'm going to say remove the post-dated check fee or leave it in there as a number for later, but make it 0 or however we need to do this. I'll move, and I'll also include in the motion to make the reminder notice fee $10, and the other ones are fine.
Have you captured that, Madam Clerk? That
either take it out, or if we have to leave it in for, make it 0.
That you'll have to go back and read. You'd like to eliminate the post-dated check fee and amend the
reminder notice fee to $10.
Reminder notice fee of $10.
And leave the other two as proposed.
Okay. Councillor Duthie, second that? Any more discussion on that? Do you want to read that motion? Because you can't really base it on this one because
yeah, just to make sure that I captured this correctly, that report CS 24008 Revenue Services User Fee Review be received as information, and that staff be directed to implement the revised service fees identified in the report with the elimination of the post-dated check handling fee. The reminder notice is to be reduced to $10. All others
increased. It's at 5 right now.
Oh, increased to 5. Sorry about that. Increased to $5.
Increased to 10. It's at
or
5.
$10. That's what I was reading. 10, and all others at $5.
Oh.
Okay. I'll add all the as in the report, and that was it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I may just
do it again.
If I may just to assist the clerk. Yeah, and if I may just to assist with the clerk, so as amended so the recommendations in the report as amended by removing the late check fee or the overdraft, whatever.
It's not late. No, it's post-dated.
The post-dated, that's the word I was looking for. The post-dated check fee, and to increase the
reminder
from $5 to $10. And all other fees remain as proposed and recommended in the report.
Is that, you got what you're asking for, Councillor Berry? Seconded by
Yes,
Councillor
please.
Duthie. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Oh, sorry. No.
I just have, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one quick thing, if I could ask, probably Mr. Fleming, but when someone comes in to pay by post-dated check, and I'm not changing my opinion on this, I assume that we talk to them about pre-authorized payments, right? And we say, look, this is also an option?
Yeah, through the chair. So we do market our PAP program quite aggressively, which I think is evident by the fact that we only receive 3,600 post-dated checks. I think if you look a few years back, we probably received much more. But the PAP, again, is a viable option, and it provides the same level of service for the individuals, except they don't have to write a check. We take the money when they specify, either on a monthly program or on the installment due dates.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a
It looks like we're back on the air, so if we could get ready to sit down again. Now, we do have a couple of councillors who did have prior commitments. No, they've had to go to attend other events. So we'll reconvene and start on item 8.6.1, the Amplify Norfolk Grant Program Options, Report CAO 24-051. And Stephanie Potter, you introduced this report, please.
Thank you. Through the chair to committee, before you is a report outlining the challenges that we experienced during the 2024 Amplify Norfolk grant application review process with options for the future of the program for your consideration. As outlined in the report, the intent of the program is to provide seed money for new live entertainment events to establish themselves in Norfolk County. Continuing the program into 2025 will require resourcing, establishing clear eligibility criteria, assembling a new selection committee, and confirming the grant funding structure. If council would like to continue the program, staff would revise the program as outlined in the report and seek council approval for the new criteria before issuing a call for proposals. The program would be implemented with existing staff resources. Alternatively, if council wants to discontinue the program, the remaining Amplify Norfolk grant funding would remain in the council initiative reserve and could be reallocated to other initiatives. Due to resourcing constraints, staff are recommending that the program be discontinued at this time. Thank you for considering the report, and staff are available to answer your questions.
Straight and concise and to the point. Thank you very much. Any questions for staff? Councilor or Mayor Martin?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, my question to staff is concerning the applicants that had already applied this year. Were there any applicants that had applied that had a date earlier than June of this year?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I believe the program was developed to encompass the two shoulder seasons. Spring and fall were ideal, and I believe there was at least 2, but perhaps 3 applications that wanted to have an event starting in the spring.
Okay, I asked that because a group had asked me if we would continue with the funding for this year, and I said that that wouldn't be fair to groups that had applied with a date prior to now that stopped their planning because they thought the grant was discontinued for the season. So I just wanted to confirm if there were events that have already lapsed since the application's been paused.
And Councillor Michelle, I see your hand up, and Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering about, in the program review, it comments on the Amplify Norfolk events that we had in 2023, and it indicates the immense amount of revenue that those events generated, and I'm guessing, are we using, to come up with the economic benefit of over $1.78 million, are we using a multiplier of 2.5? I mean, that's what it looks like to me. Maybe Brandon can answer that.
Through the chair, it was using the provincial TREAM formula, so it's a tourism regional economic impact formula. So it's not just a straight multiplier. It does look at various.
Yeah, because 2.5 is the standard Canadian multiplier for the whole country, and this kind of works almost out to be 2.5. That's why I'm asking if that was it.
I think what we found through the chair was that if you look at the amount that was invested into the Amplify Norfolk at the time of the first Fairground Fest is about a 17.5 uplift or increase. If you look at just the amount that was for the sponsorship of Fairground Fest itself, it actually equates out to about a 36-time increase. So it's quite a broad range of economic impact.
Mr. Chair, just one more for Brandon. So Brandon, if there were to be an event perhaps not as large as those events in 2023, but something perhaps even half that size, would you agree that there would be a tremendous economic benefit at that rate as well?
Through the chair, it's hard to extrapolate if it's going to equate exactly like that, but if it's different scale, you can probably expect some moderate scale. There is some direct benefit, like there's actual spend, of course, at the event and to any of the vendors that are there, the ticket itself, and then there is some factor of the indirect costs, or when people are, maybe staying overnight, other spend at other businesses while they're here. Even the staff that are there, or those that are at the event and they're making funds and then they're spending back in the economy, there's a bit of a continual spillover effect.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Van Passen. I just wanted to say, I know from our last discussion that there was a lot of negativity regarding it, and there was some disappointment that we weren't able to put the grants out. But after reading the report, it seems to me that maybe we went too big with some of the grant money, and that some of them maybe were smaller festival or activity that they didn't require, like the $40,000 or the $20,000, that type of thing. So I'm a really strong proponent in not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and I would seriously like to see this continue one more year. I think there's big socioeconomic benefits to the community, and I think there's some other groups hopefully that will come forward, and that we learned a little bit of a lesson in terms of the rating scale and how to deal with that properly. So I will not be supporting staff's option recommendation, and I would like to see it continue for the 2025 season.
But I'm not sure if I got it right, but I think the Amplify Norfolk, this program was the go big or go home. So to end this one and ask for a revamp thing with the same allocation of funding, I think is different than keeping this program in place. So Councillor Michele?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely concur with Councillor Huffman's wish to continue the program for, I believe, one more year, and I'm almost hoping that that's what she's moving. I would personally recommend that we keep the grant structures the same as they were before, just to be fair to all of those participants who were actually at one point deemed eligible, but for a series of circumstances well beyond their control, they did not get an opportunity to have that funding provided to them. So I think just on a consistency basis, and I don't know again if Councillor Huffman is going to move what is option 2 in the report. I think that she may, but if she does, I will second that.
Well, I'll leave the floor open to any motion, either the staff recommendation or an alternative. So Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Van Passen. With that, I will move option number 2. What, 1? Okay, so I was going to say, I want to save it. Okay, option number 1.
And I'll have to ask the clerk to find out what option number 1 was so that she could read the motion. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Michele, I assume you're seconding that? Councillor Brunton?
I just have some questions before I wanted to get some clarification. I guess through you to Brandon. Brandon, this fair program that we are funding this year, is this our last year of that? And what is the amount? 100,000 or 100? Can you clarify that for me, please?
Yep, through the chair. So the original partner events and partner venues and groups, so including the Norfolk County Agricultural Society Fairground Fest, was for 2023 and 2024. And so for that particular one, there was $50,000 of the sponsorship in 2023, $50,000 in 2024, and that is our last year. And then it's done for those particular ones.
Okay, and have they asked for their funding? Do you know?
Through the chair, there was a previous agreement for that, so the funding has been provided a while ago, yes.
Okay, and I remember when the Fair Board manager came in here, one of the questions I specifically asked was, if we discontinue funding, will you continue on with that type of program? And she did say yes, if I recall.
Yeah, through the chair, I think what was indicated in the first year in 2023 that with the Norfolk sponsorship, it actually helps the program launch in the black. Otherwise, it might have been in the red. And then moving forward, so into the future, now that we've done these 2 years, if their intent is to continue, then that's exactly what this program was meant to do, was to de-risk first time, new live entertainment and using bigger venues, such as what we have at the fairgrounds, for this type of an activity, and to have these groups then self-sustain and grow.
Okay, I guess my position, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is I like to see community groups come forward, but I don't think it's our business to be into this, putting money into it. And so I can't support any. I think now is the time to cut our ties, and so I can't support it. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Very.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with Councillor Brunton. I'm not going to support it either, especially if we're talking about smaller amounts. There is still the community grant program through the county that all these organizations would be eligible for if they wanted to do an event or a project that was a smaller scale. So we do have resources available, and we hear every meeting that we're in a shortfall, and I just don't see how we can. I understand it comes from a separate pot of money, but it's still tax money, right? So I would prefer to spend money on some needs and not duplicate sort of a grant program that we already have. So I'm not going to support it either.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was reading here, the staff resourcing, would that be allocated within the budget of the program from the Community Initiative Fund, or do we have some staff that could be allocated towards this particular project?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, I think part of the observations now in hindsight's 2020 was part of the difficulty with the program this year was the fact that we don't have dedicated resources with the skill set required to really provide the guidelines, define that program, look at a proper evaluation tool, and then be in a position to provide some meaningful direction to a committee that would be independent to provide that review of those applications. And so should council proceed with option number one, which is certainly council's prerogative, we would have to spend some time at looking at revising the criteria that we used this year, tweak it with the lessons that we learned, also look at some of the other options that we talked about here, or some of the details within that, look at a new evaluation committee, look at a whole bunch of different things around that. We'd have to determine whether or not we wanted to be specific on, is it just new events? Is it just existing events that want to grow larger? Is it just events that want to add music to it? Like there's a bunch of things that added to the overall sort of confusion around this. And so if it is council's desire to continue with the program for 2025, we would spend the next few months really refining that criteria, likely bring it back to council before we went out later on before the end of this year to seek some applications before an evaluation committee made a decision, because for a spring event, they would need to know relatively quickly so that they can start aligning what that event would look like and start to get the acts together.
And there were a lot of issues with the grant selection committee itself having conflict of interest, and that played a part in all this. So I'm just wondering, should this maybe not be coming directly to county council rather than the grant selection committee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's certainly an option that we could explore. The idea of not bringing it to the council was to sort of depoliticize it and not have council be criticized for making some political decisions, perhaps to benefit specific wards or specific relationships, and so the idea was to have sort of an independent third-party evaluation committee do it. Of course, with hindsight, it didn't work out that way because a lot of the members declared conflicts. It was something that we didn't necessarily see in advance of. So if it is council's desire to continue on with the program, we will look to make some recommendations as to what the best evaluation committee would look like. Whether it's committee of council, whether it's a different group, we would have to look at that.
Okay, I'm going to read the motion that the clerk has drafted here, that council receives the Amplify Norfolk Grant Program Options Report, CAO 24-051, and that council directs staff to continue the Amplify Norfolk Grant Program with revised criteria as outlined in option 1 of the staff report. Is that the intent of the mover and seconder? Okay, and then I have Councillor Michele and Councillor Huffman. So, Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with respect to the couple of comments of my colleagues who may not want to support this motion, this whole process, I think to say that it was a flawed process is a gigantic understatement. Beginning with the evaluation committee that Councillor Columbus just referred to, even though all of the rationale for creating that committee, almost every one of those items actually totally backfired and resulted in pretty much the opposite of what we were trying to accomplish. And I'm just summarizing these report guidelines here. The program guidelines were extremely unclear to some applicants. By the way, there were 4 applicants that were deemed eligible. They were told that they were eligible. It was published in the media that they were eligible for these grants. And then they found out at a meeting of council that the whole program was canceled and that that money was going to be put back into the council initiative reserve. None of this so far is in any way the fault of those 4 groups. The grant structure itself, I think we all can also understand that perhaps could have been very much improved. It wasn't the way perhaps it could have been. And of course, the staff resourcing wasn't there. And I think we all acknowledge the fact that, when there was a dedicated full-time staff for Amplify, or at that time Project Microphone, that went much more smoothly. But nevertheless, none of this is the fault of those, what I'm going to refer to as successful applicants. They checked off every box, and with respect, they have never been told why they are not going to get that money. So I think council needs to do what, council often does. We need to correct a mistake. We need to give them another chance. We need to give everybody another chance. We had already decided that this program was going to run to the end of 2024. It, in a lot of ways, was, again, a very flawed process, so we didn't do it this year. I think we honestly owe it to the community, to all of those good, hardworking volunteers who spent a lot of time, and I mean a lot of time, putting together proposals, filling out applications, securing venues, working with local partners to make sure that they had done everything right. And I'm afraid I don't want to say to them, I don't want them to go back to the rest of their supporters and say, we thought we were going to get the money, but we didn't. But the county said they're sorry. That's just not a response. That's not an appropriate response to very good, hardworking people who, if they're allowed to do what they plan to do, will create a tremendous amount of economic benefit. And I'm trying to remain unbiased in all of this, but one of the groups is from West End of Norfolk. Wouldn't it be nice if we could have somebody from the West End of Norfolk run an entertainment concert event that would bring revenue to Norfolk County, to the residents of Norfolk County, in a very, very positive way. And so I'm really urging everybody, we need to make this right. and this is our chance to do it. And I actually maybe agree with Councillor Brunton. I'm not really sure that I want to be in the entertainment business, but 2 years ago, we decided we were going to, and we need to keep that commitment. We need to honor our original intent. We can't just say, oh, a bunch of things happened and it went wrong, so sorry about your luck. We need to do the right thing.
Councillor Huffman, I don't know what you can say after that.
Well, thank you, Chair Van Passen. I'm not usually speechless, but that was a lot of great information and a lot of great passion and a lot of what this is supposed to be about community grassroots programming. And I think that we went through some growing pains, and I do think that it was a council initiative reserve. We did commit to taking the leap and kind of going down this path, and I think that we need to kind of put our money where our mouth is, and we need to be the ones who make the decisions as to maybe what goes forward. I'm prepared to be transparent and make those decisions. So I would like to thank my colleague, Councillor Michelli, for very eloquently saying what I could not. Thank you.
Councillor Berry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. A point of clarification on the process. So there were some that were eligible that were not approved by the committee because the application was not sufficient. Like, it wasn't like everybody that didn't get funding wrote this excellent application and were denied later. That is really not true. So of the 8 that initially came forward, 4 were deemed to be eligible, and they were deemed to be not adequate applications to receive funding, and that sometimes happens with grants. So there was, in some cases, missing information. There was some cases a budget that was incomplete or didn't balance. There was all kinds of other issues. So yeah, the application, being deemed later to be ineligible, it took out the 2 who were approved, were caught in that they were approved and then found to be ineligible later. But the rest were not sufficient. And that's a big difference to say that, well, we have to do right by those groups that put all this effort in. No, sometimes grant applications aren't approved, and there's a lot of reasons why. And I would suggest that those applications, if those same exact applications came forward again, they'd be denied again because they were not sufficient applications to receive funding. And that was the decision the committee made. So I want to be clear on that some of these were not good enough.
Councillor Michelli, one last stab at
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to Councillor Verey's comments, then if that was the case and these applications were not complete, then why has at least the one group that I'm privy to, because they have showed me their application, why have they not received one single answer about what's wrong with their application? And why were they not granted the money that they applied for? I understand the grant process very well, and I know that sometimes you don't always get it because someone says, this box over here, you should have, the budgets don't add up. Okay, but there has not been a single item that has been identified as being in error or omission on that application. And again, we need to make sure that people know that when Norfolk County says it's going to do something, we don't put out a sum of money for people to apply to and then make them jump through a bunch of hoops and then say, you know what, good job, nice try, but now we're taking all the money off the table because you didn't do your application right. We can't tell you why, but something's not right about it. We need to have some kind of absolute concrete rationale for refusal. It can't be, the selection committee had a lot of conflicts of interest and the grant structure was not quite what we wanted. All of those things, and I'm not trying to blame anybody, but all of those things are on Norfolk County. They're not on these good people who trusted that the process was going to be fair. Thank you.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand Councillor Michele and Councillor Huffman's concerns for this, but I do have a question, but I want to make a comment. I do think that we did a great job for the first 2 years we were into this program. And I know we didn't satisfy everybody with money. However, I just think I've had a lot of people ask me, why are we putting money into this? And I don't really have the answers, but I guess my question is very simple. The $125,000, if I'm reading the report right, is going back into the council's initiative reserve. Is that correct? And I think we will have a better place to spend that money in a few months or when we get into budget. But anyways, I've said my piece, and thank you.
Well, there's a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. Mayor Martin, debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really torn on this one because I, for the longest time, have said that I want to get out of this business, and initially I never supported it, but I do empathize with groups that have prepared for an event based on a commitment that we made. So I have a couple questions that I would pose to staff concerning the motion as it is. If this was to go ahead next year, can we then determine today that the application in full needs to be reviewed by council and staff before it is re-released? Because I know that there were concerns with how some of the language was articulated, and there were inconsistencies with not-for-profit groups and so on and so forth. So can the application process have another review from staff and return to council for its endorsement, which means that council is then supporting the application?
Is the question how quick the revised criteria could come back to council, or the actual applications under revised criteria?
Both, I guess. How?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think what I'm hearing is there's a desire that if the program continues for 2025, once we bring back the revised program details, evaluation committee, whatnot, council would like an opportunity to review those applications before a final decision is made. If that's the case, then maybe it's council that just serves as the evaluation criteria.
No, sorry, I mean the application that they're going to fill out, the criteria.
The blank application?
Well, because as I understand it, there were inconsistencies. Some businesses had applied, other not-for-profit groups had applied. So we need to review the entire criteria and the package that these groups would be coming and filling out.
So
again,
yeah, so that is part of the, and I'll let Brandon answer, but that is part of option number one, is to revise the entirety of the program, the guidelines, the criteria, because that was a challenge that we had as well, was, is this truly a not-for-profit? Is it a charitable organization? Is it something else? And so that was some of the difficulties that staff had and the committee had. But
and return to council.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll let Mr. Sloan add a little bit to that. Or?
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's correct. So that would be the intent in looking for some direction as well from committee and council. Those items that are flagged in the report, those were highlighted as 3 or 4 of the key areas that we would need some direction and decision on. Similar to last December when the guidelines were brought forward, that would be the intent, if it survives, is to bring back the guideline criteria council endorsement prior to issuing it for applications.
Then I personally will only support this if that criteria speaks to building out the shoulder seasons, because I have heard from countless groups who are upset that they didn't receive funding and their event was going to be in July. We do tourism well, that's established. We need to be making investments in the shoulder season. So I don't know if the mover and a seconder agree with that statement, but September onwards, after the big, June, July, August is done in the community.
But I think
So
that-
that's-
That would be part of the revised criteria, right?
Okay,
So-
and then, one other revision would be that any groups, because the package suggested that you had to be a first-time event. Well, I think part of the issue that these two are driving at are that they're having community events that might possibly go ahead without the funding. They don't want those groups to be penalized next year and should be eligible to apply again because the county didn't make a decision. So the language is going to need to be removed or amended that it's not for first-time events only to meet their needs. I want to be clear that this motion does not include any staff resources. So that's a yes, okay. I also want to have a clear understanding now that this would be reviewed, the applications would come in and be reviewed, preferably by John Regan from Economic Development and a team, and then come to council for final say. I don't think we need to go to a committee again.
Could I just suggest, like, the motion is on the floor on option 1, and what we're discussing right now are the things that we'd like in a revised version. So should we not first see if the motion is going to pass?
No, because I won't be supporting the motion if any of these are not included.
Well,
It's last year.
Then they
and-
should be amendments to the motion.
Okay,
rather
then they're amendments to the motion. If
Right.
you want me to individually make 6
Well,
amendments, fine.
Councillor Michele,
So,
quick comment? Because
well, Mr. Chair, if those are proposed amendments to the motion that I've made, I can accept them.
Okay.
And I believe.
Okay, and both the mover and seconder are agreeing that those are, okay.
And then
Carry
my
on, Madam Mayor. So.
last one is the dollar value. I don't have a specific amendment on this, but I raise it for staff to review. It's not that the dollar values are right or wrong, or that there's too much or not enough, but I don't know that we need 2 at 20,000, and I don't know that we need 5,000, and I don't know that they need to be combined. So if you're applying for a 40,000, you can also get a 5,000. There were a couple things that I just want to raise for staff's consideration throughout that process. And so long as I'm not amending that, but so long as there might be some changes and council is aware that in the criteria those could be amended, I would encourage staff to please look at that. And I guess in closing, I strongly feel like we should not be doing this. I don't support being in this industry. I don't support having staff work on this, but I do feel as though we've made a commitment to the public and they've made investments. I know for a fact that they've made investments because I've talked to people who, while they should not have assumed the money was coming their way, and it is the will of council to be able to make a decision, even if every application was valid, it's still the will of council to not disperse those funds should we so choose. There were a lot of flaws in this program that I can't fully take responsibility for, but have to because we are council. So I think one more final round will make good on our word and see if we can put this to rest.
Councillor Very.
I'm sorry, Chair. I got to go back to this here because we're revising history a little bit on this. So again, the committee didn't have any difficulty with the applications. Okay, what the issue was that of the ones that came forward, only 2 were approved. That's the grant process. So the council didn't decide to not award funds because there was confusion or there was problems. There were 2 that were approved. They were later determined to not be eligible. None of the other applications were approved based on their own merits or lack of merit. I don't know what the opposite of that is, but they were not successful. So you know, this is not a true recounting of this. The shoulder season bit was already in there, and there were some events that were declined because they were during the summer. Otherwise, the event was fine, but they were not at the time that was specified, so that was a reason to not approve them. So, you know, this idea that we just got it all wrong no, we didn't, actually. We approved 2, and then those 2 would have a legitimate concern about why were we approved and not approved later. That's one argument, but the rest of them were not sufficient. One of the issues with the declaring of conflict of interest is that in my opinion, I don't think that the board really fully, some of the committee members fully understood what declaring a conflict of interest was for. There were 2 members that felt that they had a conflict with 2 applications and declared a conflict for the entire meeting. They didn't have to do that, but they didn't know that, right? You don't have to declare the one that you have the conflict of interest with. You don't have to declare a conflict for the other 7. So that hurt. That hurt us. There was another member that declared a conflict of interest in the moment, like not at the beginning, but again, didn't actually even have to. He just didn't understand that he didn't have a conflict. So I'm not suggesting we keep it with the committee. I'm trying to sort of give you a sense of where this was. There was a lot of human error, for sure, but it wasn't all on staff and it wasn't all on the applications. There was a lot of, again, some of the applications was not sufficient. So what I'm not hearing or haven't heard yet that I'd like to add, I suppose, is that perhaps we work in a mechanism here where the applicants at least get a response next time, right? That we tell them, here's why you were not successful. And maybe that would solve some of this confusion later. Is that, and we still haven't asked for that, so maybe that's something that we add. Brandon, I don't know if you want to get into telling them why, if that, because we did talk about it very briefly, and I can't remember why we decided not to, but I believe it was just because essentially no one ever said that we would, so we just left it. And maybe that was a mistake. Maybe we shouldn't have let it lie, and we should have decided to follow up, and that would have been the courteous customer servicey thing to do. But I just want to be clear before we vote on this that this wasn't this debacle that it's being made to sound like, that there was a lot of good things. There just was not the caliber of applications that would get approved.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Was that not Councillor Berry's 3rd time speaking to this matter?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Was that not Councillor Berry's 3rd time speaking to this matter?
Well, I think everybody's been over 3 except for the mayor.
Except for me.
Yeah.
I have 2.
But
nope, 2.
And that's why I was going to bring up, I think we've had some good discussion on this. There's a motion on the floor. I think the clerk's done a great job of trying to capture those friendly amendments that the mayor suggested. And yeah, well, the clerk's going to read it off here in a second, and we will do a recorded vote if so choose. So. Now, is there anything missing from the
Mr. Chair, sorry, Madam Mayor, you go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just seeking clarification from council on the 2nd amendment, which does read how I said it, which was to amend to identify that this is not limited to first-time events only. However, more specifically, the point I was trying to make was that we would not penalize groups that had applied this year but didn't receive the funding. So to be more specific, I don't think we want to give funding to something that's been in existence for 10 years. More specifically, I was trying to not penalize the initiatives that applied in this round that didn't get their money. So I don't know if it should say to not penalize applicants from 2024 so that it's more specific. I'm open to the mover and seconder's position on that.
I understand what the mayor's trying to say here, just looking at the wordsmithing of it.
Or even recently established events, is maybe they applied and went forward anyway. Right? Okay, we're happy with that. Motion's on the floor. I'll ask the clerk to do a recorded vote, please.
Councillor Brunton?
No.
Councillor Columbus?
No.
Councillor Duthie is not here. Councillor Huffman?
Yes.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Councillor Michele?
Yes.
Councillor Van Indrie is not here. Councillor Van Passen?
I'll say no and then leave it to Councillor Ferry.
No.
It's defeated. You have defeated.
Okay, the motion is defeated. Would anybody like to bring forth another motion, possibly the staff recommendation? Councillor Brunton, the staff recommendation. Yes. Seconder. Yeah, no, that the council directs staff to discontinue the Amplify Norfolk grant program. Okay, any discussion on that motion? That is that council receives the Amplify Norfolk grant program options report CAO-24-051 and that council directs staff to discontinue the Amplify Norfolk grant program. That's the motion on the floor now. No discussion. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. That motion is carried. Port Dover Kinsman Club Splash Pad Proposal, CAO 24-049. And Ms. Potter again.
Thank you. Through the chair to committee, the Port Dover Kinsman Club has proposed raising up to $700,000 in capital funds to build a new splash pad at the Port Dover Kinsman Park, proposed to open in summer of 2026. As part of the new community-led initiatives process, staff have reviewed the proposal and provided council with a report that identifies the anticipated impacts of the proposed project in terms of operating cost and required resourcing. The report identifies a number of issues for council to be aware of when considering the proposal, the most significant being water capacity in Port Dover. The proposed splash pad would use the equivalent of 150 homes in water consumption, while ongoing infrastructure upgrades will ensure that Port Dover has sufficient water capacity to support a splash pad by 2026. It may limit the amount of new development we could accommodate in Port Dover due to water consumption and disposition capacity constraints. While staff are supportive of the proposal and appreciate the great work the Kinsman Club are doing to improve our community, we are recommending that the project be referred to the 2027 capital budget pending confirmation that the water capacity is sufficient to support the splash pad without hindering our capacity to support new development. We are also awaiting the completion of our recreation master plan in early 2025 that will better identify our needs for recreational amenities. Thank you for considering the report, and staff are available to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Questions? Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My only question is, what does it mean to staff when you refer to the 2027 budget? Does that mean it's in for 2027? Does that mean it's in for 2034, but we're going to look at it starting 2027?
I can certainly start, Madam Mayor. I think part of what we talk about is refer to the 2027 budget for council's consideration, assuming the 3 bullet points in the recommendation are achieved. So number 1, that we've confirmed that there is water capacity and wastewater capacity that won't impact future development. Number 2, that we've got a new water allocation policy accepted by council. And number 3, that the recreational master plan that will be approved by that date will also give us and council direction in regards to what recreational amenities are required throughout Norfolk and including Port Dover to confirm that this is a recreational amenity that the community is desirable of having and that it's supported by the needs of the community.
Okay, and further to that, then through your confirming allocation of water and wastewater, does that mean that we have then determined our allocation policy based on developments that are waiting from the moratorium, and you're confident that that is water above and beyond what needs to be allocated? regardless of the phase that those places are at in the line, in the queue for development?
Yes, through you, Madam, Mr. Chair, to the Mayor. Part of what we're looking at is redevelopment of a water allocation policy. The provincial 2024 draft provincial policy statement, it has some language in there that is going to direct municipalities to have a use it or lose it policy within their development application approval process. And so we have to look to see what that's going to look like, as well as some of those things may change in the coming months. So part of what we want to do is make sure that we've got all of the pieces in place. We know what all the legislation is, and we want to confirm that what we're doing in terms of water and wastewater capacity in Port Dover will not only meet the needs of the splash pad if it's deemed something that the community needs and wants through the recreational master plan, but also that it doesn't impact our ability to approve development applications as they're coming forward.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to our CAO, you raise a great point. Is that draft 2024 PPS released? Is that confirmed yet?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. I think there was discussions that it was going to be approved before the provincial legislature adjourned for the summer.
That's right.
My understanding, it was not approved and won't be approved until probably at least October or towards the end of this year.
That's strange. Okay, thank you for that. I have one more question, but I'll wait until everyone else is finished.
We have Councillor Very and then Councillor Michelli. So.
Thank you, Chair. This is a tough one. I think it's going to be for Al or Darnell. I'm not sure who. So one of the questions I've had from the Kinsmen is if they continue to, if they can they start fundraising, I suppose, with the confidence that if it gets into the 2027 budget, essentially that they're not fundraising for nothing, that they're concerned that that it will get bumped or that it may be canceled later. And you know, I suggested to them that anything is possible. You know, the next council may decide that it hates these projects altogether and we're not approving any of them and forget it, get it. That's possible. I already told them that. But, you know, all things being equal, once something is in the capital plan, how likely is it that it'll get done? And are they safe to assume that if they fundraise with plans of having this thing get done in 2027, that their time is going to be well spent?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No guarantees in life, as we all know, and although council approves 10-year capital forecasts on an annual basis, council reviews what that annual forecasted capital program was and has the liberty to make changes to that. So they could push something back, they could push something forward. That's always up to council to decide. I would suggest that if there's any group that's looking to make donations based on the assumption that something's going to happen at a later date, that it be very clear to all those who are making donations that there is a risk, that they put those funds in trust and make sure that if for whatever reason the program or the project that they're looking to do does not happen, that those people get all their refunds. We would likely not be able to issue any tax receipts until the project is actually approved for the purpose. So there's some logistical challenges with that, but I'm sure we could work with the group to make sure that we can capture some of those challenges so that in the event that they decide to start their fundraising, we can make sure that they do it in a way that doesn't expose them to any risk.
Is there another option that the county, this is just about administrative business, I don't know if we're allowed to even do this, but can we make an agreement with them now and say, look, if you raise this by this time, then we will do this project? I recognize that there's allocation issues and whatever else, but I guess I'm trying to get us as understanding that nothing is guaranteed. But I'm trying to get us as reasonably close to a guarantee as we can so that they know what they're doing. This is a huge undertaking. So is there anything that we can kind of do where we sort of have a, maybe not quite an MOU, but something that's the cousin of an MOU that says, yeah, we're going to, in good faith, we're going to do this if you do that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the proposal is accepted as it's written, the recommendation, it would be a decision of the new council that would come in October, November of 2026. I don't think this council can obligate the future council on any commitment like that. So I would be hesitant to even commit you to do something like that.
And didn't we not implement a policy that even when it gets all in, we don't start on it until the financial commitment of the group is in the bank with us? Yeah, so that's the other half of the equation, right? So, okay, I have Councillor Mich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I'm hoping that Darnell may be able to answer this, but the report indicates that we'll be using about $33,000 a year in water at this park based on current rates, and that by the time 10 years have passed, if I've got this right, we're going to have 180% increase. So approximately it will, in the future, this water park will be costing Norfolk County over $100,000 a year just in water. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I see that Stephanie Davis, I think, is logged in and online, and perhaps she heard the question and is able to respond because I think she's familiar with this report. Not sure about the attribution towards the rates, but I think you're probably bang on with what the prediction on the increase on user rates would be for water systems. Just simple math multiplied by the quantum of water. That could very well be an increasing cost. Certainly as the rates go up, then it's just an increased cost, but I'll allow Stephanie to add to it if she has more to add.
Thank you, Darnell. And through the chair, yes, that is correct. The rates would increase and the cost of the equipment at the splash pad would increase as well over the years. This is in the financial services comments actually in the report. So I would ask Amy Fanning if she had anything else to add to this as well.
Thanks, Stephanie, and through the chair to council. So the 180% number, yeah, that's correct. And that's based on our 10-year capital plan and the capital projects that we have in the plan and the current required funding. So any changes to our rate capital items would change that projection. So there's a lot of moving parts over the next 10 years that could make a change. But yeah, the way that it sits right now, 180% increase over the next 10 years is what we're forecasting.
Thank you, Amy. And I guess just kind of to convey some comments from constituents, to ask, we're going to end up spending a lot of money every year on water. And these splash pads are great and very good community resources. But we're doing this at a community that is situated on Lake Erie. Kind of wondering why we need that water, but just voicing that concern.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was quite shocked when I read this on page 7, the annual costs. And don't get me wrong, I think the Kinsmen are a great organization and they do a great work in all the communities that they're involved. But I kind of echo what Councillor Michele said. They are on a lake. And I guess what I'd like to see maybe is, can we not find out earlier, like the water capacity well in advance? And then it boils down to they build it, we maintain it. That's the way it would go in the budget, right? If we end up at that. But I think the question is, right in the motion, is there water and sewer capacity? So can we determine that? I guess, can somebody answer that? Could we get that within short order? Thank you.
Mr. Meneses, you want to answer that?
Sure. I can certainly start. I mean, that's part of what is discussed in the report. I think what we say is that based on the upgrades that are currently happening, there is capacity for it. However, there isn't limitless capacity. And so what we're doing is basically, we might be limiting ourselves from approving 150 new homes, a hotel, stores, whatever that is, from being approved for development, because eventually we're going to have some capacity issues on the water and wastewater side. And so that's why we're asking for us to give us a little bit more time so that we can see as development grows, as we finish off our capital projects, we see where interurban is, we see our recreational master plan, and all these things come together in the next couple of years, and then we'll have a better situation and a better position to say, yes, we have the available capacity to do that. The operating costs and the capital costs and the replacement costs are all something that council is going to have to deal with regardless, but we're just concerned that we give away 150 homes worth of capacity and forego the potential annual tax income that would come in from that. So that's why we're asking for a little bit more time to let some of these pieces fall in place so that the council can then make an appropriate decision.
Okay, don't see any more questions. Is somebody willing to put a motion on the floor, either the staff recommendation or an alternative? Adam, the staff recommendation?
Yeah, I'd like to at least get it into the capital report and we can decide, or future council can decide whether or not they want it, but I don't want to say no to them today, and so I'd move that we, I guess, accept the premise that they're going to give us this gift and see what we can do later.
Okay, is there a seconder for the staff recommendation? Mayor Martin? Any debate on the motion? Mayor Martin?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with the ward councillor. I think once it hits that capital budget, it's recognized as a priority, so staff will go through the rec master plan and so on and so forth. We will ensure that we have enough water capacity. That's a given. But we're also, not in a position to be turning away fundraising dollars from our community who's keen to add new amenities to our town. So I think agreeing in principle that we're supportive of their efforts is the least we can do, and we will wait until 2027 to see where that lands in the capital budget after staff have confirmed all of the other terms and conditions.
Any other comments? If not, I'll call the question. The staff recommendation that the report regarding the Port Dover Kinman Club splash pad proposal be received as information, and that council support in principle for the 2027 capital budget the proposal for a splash pad in Port Dover as summarized in this report, pending confirmation of the following: necessary water and wastewater capacity is confirmed, and that allocating water for a splash pad will not hinder capacity for growth requirements. The second one is that a new water allocation policy is approved by council, and thirdly, that council approved recreation master plan confirms the splash pad requirement for Port Dover and Norfolk. All in favor? That motion is carried. Good job. We're done that part of the agenda. No motions, no notice of motion, no other business. Announcements. Are there any announcements from staff? Mr. Sloan.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that. Just take a few moments of time. We don't usually do too many announcements, but we do have some exciting events happening starting Thursday to Sunday for Norfolk Community Days. So that's June 13th to June 16th. So that's where we have county facilities like community centers, museums, the libraries, fire halls, pools, arenas, and parks in every ward all across Norfolk are open. We have free activities welcoming community members to attend for recreational, social, cultural activities throughout this event. Just a few examples. We're launching the grand opening of the Delhi Kinsman Pool update, along with a lot of other great activities near the Delhi Rec Center, the pavilion area, the ball diamond. There's going to be free swims at Annalise Carr Pool. Thursday evening in St. Williams for family fun, including Norfolk Fire is going to be there. There's also a fire hall tour in Simcoe on Saturday. We have library activities, the Arbor Dog Race in Port Dover at the museum, Beach Day Sunday in Port Dover, other activities at museums, long list, but Waterford, we've got Touch a Truck on Saturday. There's also a free Skate with the Great. We've got Elaine Shuley is going to be there as well. Partner events, including Fairground Fest, is Friday and Saturday. A number of other partners and community groups have stepped up and businesses to host events and participate and sponsor community days. Sunday finale at Windell Park. We've got Magic Workshop with Lucas Wilson, a Father's Day barbecue, we call it. Home Run Dinger Derby for for the food bank, disc golf, fire trucks, obstacle course. We have a local sports celebrity who's going to join us. So much happening, so we hope to see the community out. And if we can help spread the word, a lot of community groups are excited about it as well. Thanks for council in terms of any attendance that you might have at some of the events. And there's a passport for people to go all around and travel all around Norfolk to enjoy.
Mr. Sloan, thank you. Sounds like our staff's been busy bragging up Norfolk and getting ready for it. So any other announcements from staff? Anyone from council? Councillor Very.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to, Brandon mentioned the Arbor Dog races. I want to sort of take a second. I really encourage people to come and see this. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a bunch of wiener dogs in costumes running up and down lengths. It's hilarious. So if you've not been, it's a lot of fun. And there's sometimes there's kids that have the costumes that match the wiener dogs. It's like there's a whole Batman and Robin family of dogs, and it was amazing. So that's my announcement: is don't sell short the wiener dog race enthusiasm.
Anyone else? If not, we'll move on to the next item. We've got two late closed session items today, and I'd like a mover for the following motion: that the committee enter into closed session at 7:34 p.m. pursuant to the Municipal Act as amended, Section 2392B and C, to discuss matters pertaining to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Is there a mover? Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Brunton flinched. All in favor? That's carried.
Division, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system, where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our
And it says we're back. Can I have a motion to reconvene in open session at 7:49 p.m.? Mayor Martin, second by Councilor Michelli. All in favor? That is carried. I'll ask the clerk to read the results of the closed session.
Thank you.
Do we have any motions out of there?
Just for items
Yeah.
13.1 and 13.2 that they were received for information, staff were provided direction.
Okay, thank you. And that is the end of my agenda. So the only thing left is Councillor Huffman. Would you move a motion to adjourn? Seconded by Councillor Very. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everyone. You made my life easy today, so appreciate the efforts. I know it's a long day, but we got out of here before 8 o'clock, right? So.